Amin, you have your hand up. Can we know your concern and how to help you? Amin, you have your hand up. Can you let us know how to help you?
Cecilia, you could unmute him.
Yes, I've unmuted him.
Is it down now? Because I put it down. I put my hand down.
Okay, good. Just wanted to know if you had a concern.
Is it down now? Is it down?
Because yes, it's down now. I mean,
okay,
good.
Thank you. Good afternoon over there.
Good afternoon to you.
Cecilia, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Arunan Kazianga. I'm a professor of economics at Oklahoma State University. I have the honor of chairing this session. So it's just 3 p.m. in Nairobi. We'll just give a couple of minutes for more people to join, and then I'll give the floor to Professor Zumahu, who is the chair of the director of research of at AERC, to formally open the session. All right, Theo, you have the floor actually when you feel it's a good moment to start.
Okay, thank you, Arunan. Thank you. So let's give 2 to 3 minutes to more people to join the opening. Thank you.
Welcome, Professor Bongbo. Your hand is up. Can I know how we can help you?
Scholar, do we have all the presenters join? Can you hear me, Scholar?
Not yet.
Who is missing?
All of them. Following up.
Has the first presenter joined already?
No, Dr. Chukuchuku has not joined yet. They're already sending mail. Let me just respond to them.
If the second is in, we can switch, okay? Let me know, Scholar, if the second presenter has joined or not, so that we can switch after the opening.
Yeah. So the second, I don't see his name. Oh, the name on the list. And maybe you could go to the third one and see.
Scholar, tell us the status of presenters, please.
All of them have not entered the meeting room yet.
Not all. Who is there? Who is there so that we can start? Other can join later.
Is she saying none of them has entered yet, or not all of them?
Yes, not all of the authors have not come in. Stefan Decor should be the second one. He is not in the meeting yet.
And what about the third one, Professor Seth Omondi? Go.
No, that is the Kevin Gallagher.
Yeah. Is he?
We have
Stefan
Douglas-
Dercom just sent an email sharing his slides. Just to reply to him saying that we are already in.
Yes.
Or call if possible.
Okay, the last presenter, Daniel Bradlow, is in the meeting. Okay, the second presenter, Professor Stefan Decor, is in the meeting, so we can start. So we can go on. Then the second in the meeting is Professor Daniel Bradlow presenting the fourth presentation. So we can start in that order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scholar. So Arunan, we can start. Huh? Arunan, is that okay with you? Can we start?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I was muted. So I gave you the floor already. We can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Dear friend of AERC, eminent professors, esteemed group chairs and resource persons, dear researchers, distinguished guests, and distinguished network members, all protocol observed, good morning and also good afternoon and good evening, everyone, depending on where you are connected from. It's my sincere pleasure to welcome you all to this African Economic Research Consortium 58th biannual plenary session. This is my first biannual research workshop at the helm of the AERC as newly appointed executive director, having served previously as the director of training and recently as acting executive director during the leadership transition period. It's a great honor to welcome our network members to these flagship events held twice yearly. I deeply appreciate the support of the network members, the development partners funding the programs, the board of directors, the program committee, universities, think tank, policy partners, the resource persons, researchers, and the AERC secretariat staff during the leadership transition period. With the emerging global economic shocks and slow pace of post-COVID-19 recovery area, AERC has returned to virtual biannual research workshops to enhance cost effectiveness of its thematic research program under environment of tightening program budget. My aspirations are that in the event that these emerging challenges alleviate, physical meetings will resume as soon as possible to foster the essence of physical networking of early career and senior researchers, and thus enhancing capacity formation process. Even with recent unforeseen challenges, AERC continues with its mission of building rigorous in research and capacity building in sub-Saharan Africa through online platforms that have enhanced connectivity and knowledge sharing. This plenary session is a sequel of the last December 2022 session that witnessed 4 concept papers being presented and a policy roundtable. The former session elicit lively responses and discussions that have informed the developments of the papers being presented in the plenary. The plenary session is one of the most respected and highly regarded events that over 3 decades that has continued to attract world-class development economists and experts on African economies. The paper's presentation and the policy reflection panel session in this plenary is a platform that will offer fresh perspective and define new frontiers of research that respond to the pressing needs of policymakers in African economies. African economies' resilience in the multiple shock space in recent time is becoming overstretched. From unsustainable fiscal landscape, a ripple effects of internal political conflicts such as the war in Ukraine, recent macroeconomic imbalances, climate shock, induced food insecurity, reducing land in agricultural productivity, environmental degradation, and emerging disease burdens from pandemic alongside existing morbidity causes. Surely this cannot be wished away by the researchers, technocrats, and the policy makers. AERC is continuously anchoring its capacity building in research, training, and policy outreach to foster knowledge creation and policy action-oriented research to find possible, plausible solutions in sub-Saharan Africa economic development challenges. The paper's presentation and policy reflection here today are expected to provide extensive evidence on the state of African economies and possible recovery pathways and policy actions that can potentially alleviate the existing and emerging problems, both in the short and the long run. The scope of the plenary presentations will broadly address, but not limited to, assessment of multiple shocks facing African economies and how they are likely to affect the path to recovery. Suggest also pathways to recovery through measures such as debt resolution and fiscal sustainability, assessment of state capacity and domestic resource mobilization, and also suggest plausible mechanism of building resilience to withstand future shocks. The papers presented here today will be published as a working paper series of AERC, as well as special issue of the Journal of African Economies in the fall of 2023. Through this practice, the AERC hopes to inspire young African researchers by exposing them to emerging topical and policy relevant issues on themes and learn from senior academics as they expose challenges and intractable development problems. Dear friend of AERC, listen, I began this opening by telling you that this biannual is the 58th. That means we have 2 biannuals away from the 60th, but only 1 year away from the 30th year of the biannual. And who says 30 years also says pearl celebration. So we are 1 year away from the pearl of the biannual, and it's a coincidence that this happens under my leadership. And so we must celebrate this next year. We will do so by re-engaging invigorating the biannual, reinvigorating it intellectually by revisiting our thematic research teams, by putting excellence at the heart of our scientific production, our capacity building program. As you know, the research market is very dynamic. Every year, hundreds, thousands of new researchers enter the research market. The economics journals are no longer looking for good papers, good studies, because there are plenty of good papers. No, we look, you know, as well as I do, that these journals, they are looking for excellent papers. So let's make excellence in research a future goal. I wanted to say that education must be inclusive. I believe indeed that everyone must be educated. However, research cannot be inclusive. Not everybody has the capacity to do research. Not everybody has the capacity to do research. I mean excellent research. Research has to be excellent. And for that, it has to be very selective. In the future, that's where we have to go with our thematic research. And that's where we have to go to any research. Once again, on behalf of AERC secretariats, I extend my gratitude to the network members and declare the 58th biannual plenary session open. Thank you so much, and let me wish you a very productive, successful, and fruitful biannual this year around. Arunan, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Theo, for these remarks. So that excellent. So we probably all agree that we should pursue excellency in research, and that's a great point, and we should all take away. And I look forward to the coming years as AERC build on this track of producing excellent papers and excellent research in general. So we are running slightly beyond time for a few minutes, so hopefully we'll be able to catch up. So we can skip the no. Do we still have one keynote address by
Yes,
Professor
we have one
Orama?
keynote
Yeah.
address.
Oh, okay, so I will not skip that one. So Professor Orama, President and Chairman of Board of Director, has the floor.
Here. Share the screen.
And quickly, if I can add something, if it's okay, we'll skip the health break, the 5-minute break, and then go on to the presentation after Professor Omara.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to, since I am the one taking the floor after the chair, after Professor Mahu, I would like to really congratulate him on his appointment as the new Executive Director of the African Economic Research Consortiums. We at AFEXIMBANK look forward to really working closer with him to make sure that he delivers on that vision that he just outlined, the visions of excellence in economic research in support of African development. I think I would like to also, on behalf of President Orama, who has been AERC member since the 90s when he was a young researcher, to really thank AERC leadership for associating the African Export-Import Bank to this important event. And the president would have liked to deliver this keynote in person, but it had to be in Nigeria this morning, especially now as we speak. So he's asked me to represent him, but also to extend his appreciations to the leadership of AERC, and wish you really success on this important event, the 58th ones. And we've been asked to talk about the recovery agenda from multiple shocks. I think we'll quickly go through polycrisis and then look at how these shocks are affecting African economies and provide some reflections on what we could consider as the potential agenda. I think it's fair to say that the overarching theme of this year plenary, African Economic Recovery Agenda, it's really one that we consider as very timely and germane. I think the proliferations of crisis of the last few years actually introduced a new jargon in the economic literature, what is often now called polycrisis. And interestingly, I think the epicenter of this crisis have been often systematically outside the African continent, yet the region as a whole tend to be more affected than other regions in particular. And hence the need for us to really reflect on the right agenda for the continent, and more specifically, what should the region do to mitigate against these shocks, but also to keep the continent on a strong growth trajectory in the coming years. That is the challenge that we have for African scholar and researcher. The polycrisis world, I think Professor Mahu actually talked a bit about this crisis. We've seen a lot. I think after closing 2021 on an extraordinarily strong economic note, where global output rebounded strongly, and from the pandemic, 6.2%, I think 2022 was a discordant note with a sharp deceleration to 3.4%, and forecast looking ahead suggests that it will fall further to 2.7%, in part reflecting those confluence of crisis, polycrisis. We've had many of those, I think, and a few were mentioned earlier, and the issue of food crisis. But I think for the African continent, it's important to stress the first one, the recurrence of adverse commodity terms of trade shocks, which are always the channel through which Africa is affected. And it starts from the commodities, and then before you know it, it's a debt crisis. And by the way, as a result of the 2015-16 ending commodity super cycle, Nigeria actually went through its first recession in decades. Then another most important shocks, which has emerged recently, is what we call the heightening geopolitical tension. I think geopolitical risk have become the paramount risk, driving other shocks, whether it is the oil and petroleum, the oil and gas in Europe is geopolitical, whether it's the trade war and the tech war is geopolitical. So you can see that the geopolitics has become a very important driver. And of course, geopolitics may also affect inflations, as we saw in the gas and oil industry in Europe, but also in the commodity space after that magnificent, dramatic increase in prices. And aggressive tightening monetary policy by important central bank to actually address rising prices actually created other problems that we've noticed recently, including some challenges in the financial sector in the US. And here we have what happened in inflation, which actually hit 40-year record in the US, but also in the UK as a result of what we've seen in that polycrisis environment. We mentioned the trade and tech war, but also the COVID-19 lingering effect, but also the weaponization of the US dollar, which essentially increasing the risk of global fragmentations, will have tremendous implications in terms of growth decelerations, maybe even recessions, if you're not careful. And then most talked about the climate change and the debt crisis risk. And finally, in that realm of polycrisis, we can also mention the increasing risk of financial crisis in the US, especially in the context of increasing tension between price stability and financial stability in a highly heightening inflationary pressure environment. These crises, as I said earlier, are all related, with heightening geopolitical tension, fueling trade and tech war, to sustain inflationary pressure and further raising the risk of fragmentations. And aggressive tightening financial condition by important central banks in response to surging inflation is raising the risk of stagflation debt crisis in a world where both sovereign and corporate entities have been over-leveraged. Now, how are these shocks, multiple shocks, affecting African economies? I think even though the commitment to macroeconomic stability has set the region on the path of increasing growth resilience, talked about by the director, economic and social costs of polycrisis world have been significant for the regions, as reflected in increasing growth volatility. If you compare Africa growth rate in the last 5-10 years compared to the immediate post-epic, they've actually been trending downward. And as a result, we have persistence of an increasing risk of widespread poverty across the regions. Between 2021 and 2023 forecast, I think the combined GDP of the region will actually average about 4%, definitely not enough to make a dent on poverty. And other regions, on the other hand, have actually been growing much faster, notably Asia, which will be growing above 5% this year, 5.4%. And as so we've seen the contributions of Asia to global growth increasing dramatically over the past year. And the latest figure that we have forecast suggests that Asia will account for almost 68% of global growth in 2022, which is quite significant. Africa, on the other hand, will be just about 4%, not too far from Europe, reflecting that shift in the global growth dynamics and the rise of Asia, which is actually consolidating its position as a powerhouse. The consequences have also been major, a shift in the global distribution of poverty. I think even though we are home to 17% of the world populations, Africa now account for almost 60% of the world in extreme poverty. I think that shift reflects that gaps in the growth rate. Increasing macroeconomic management challenge will be the next one that I see as a channel of global shock and polycrisis affecting African economies. And these challenges are essentially reflected in high capital flow volatility and widening current account deficit in a region which remained most vulnerable to commodity terms of trade shocks. I think more than 80% African countries remain heavily commodity dependent and therefore are more exposed to global demand shocks and commodity price cycle inherent to our world of polycrisis. And we saw that during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereby at the height of the pandemic in the second quarter 2020, we had contractions in global demand and shock in prices. And the manufacturing sector contracted by only 19%, whereby the commodities were at 38%, almost twice, reflecting the fact that the region as a whole had two shocks, the price, but also the volume, the global demand shocks, and which reflect that heavy exposure to global volatility, something that our research will actually push to make sure that we achieve that diversification so much sought by the founding father of the continent. The next channel is that of access to capital, which has become either more costly or simply impossible for the large majority of African countries, which are facing prohibitively high interest rates. In addition to massive capital outflows, bond issuance collapsed in Africa last year, with only 3 countries, Angola, Nigeria, and South Africa, successfully accessing capital market in 2022, raising 6 billion, down from 20 billion after the pandemic, which is quite significant. Then the next one, which relates to the inflationary environment, is a tightening global financial conditions, which are undermining the quest for debt sustainability. In principle, in addition to raising the fiscal incidence of sovereign debt, if you look at Ghana, for instance, we're spending more than 50% of government revenue to service the external debt. It's quite significant. So in addition to raising the fiscal incidence of sovereign debt, the growth crushing and default-driven borrowing rate are increasing refinancing risk and setting the regions with lowered stock of sovereign debt on the path of a stagflation debt crisis. I think compared to the region, the overall stock of Africa debt is less than 5% of the global sovereign debt, in fact, less than 3%. Yet we are more vulnerable because of those default-driven borrowing rates, which are actually linked to the performance, really, quite frankly, the unreasonable behavior of rating agencies, which managed to significantly downgrade African countries at the height of the pandemic. And these are the challenges we see in terms of figure, and the region as a whole, in terms of really servicing external debt, going to set a record in 2024 next year, and about almost $74 billion in interest payment in one single year, which is quite significant if you go back to really the 2010, which was less than $20 billion. Now, what will be the recovery agenda in the context of polycrisis, in the polycrisis world for African economies? I think it is important for us to stress that our polycrisis world is not a transient one, and it's here to stay, hence the need for a comprehensive agenda for recovery and crisis mitigation, if at all the region is to remain on that path of robust and sustained growth. I think here we have a 7-point agenda to achieve just that. I think the first one, we believe, will be to strengthen the foundations of and commitment to macroeconomic stability. I think the region has made significant progress in this area, most notably in the implementation of difficult economic reform. We saw countries like Egypt cutting subsidies at the height of the pandemic, when most countries were actually going through fiscal expansions. And another important area is really the progress made by the regions in the area of budget framework and monetary credibility. And talking about monetary credibility, we saw a lot of that last year, whereby a country such as South Africa, which had unemployment rate at 32%, yet we saw the Reserve Bank sustainably increasing interest rate to contain inflation. I think that's significant and reflecting that credibility, but also increasing independence of central banks across the regions. We saw the ANC asking for, rather, not moving forward, interest rate rise, yet the central bank, the Reserve Bank, managed to do that. And I doubt if other countries will be able to do that when inflation, when unemployment rate are in double digit, yet we see a rise in interest rate. It's actually much easier to increase interest rates when we have a tight labor market than otherwise. The second point that we'll have to put forward is a need to really further accelerate the growth of South-South trade. We've all seen that the drivers of growth are now in the South, in Asia in particular, which is very important what Afreximbank and country have been doing to really shift the patterns of African trade more toward the global. And for years, the geographical concentration of export has been a major risk factor, exposing Africa to the business cycle in one particular region or country, and that region was actually Europe. And so much so that it used to be said, when Europe sneezes, Africa catches cold. I think the growing trade tie with Asia, which has become a key destination of African export, accounting for 31% total export in 2022, is reducing that risk and further strengthening the foundations of growth resilience across the regions. Some figure to illustrate that, back in 2000, just about 20 years ago, Europe accounted for more than 50%, 55% of the African export destinations. I think by 2022, I think Europe and Asia are almost on equal part. It's much easier to stand on two legs than to stand on a single leg. We cannot stand on one single leg for a long time. I think that is a very important factor of growth resilience, actually enabling African countries to continue to enjoy expansions, even when there is contractions within the European Union. The third one, Chairman, it's really accelerating implementation of the AFCFTA to really further the transformation of African economies. I think this is fundamental, and specifically given the role that international trade has played in mitigating adverse negative shocks. And at 15% of total African trade, I think intra-African trade remains dismally low compared to Europe or to Asia. And preliminary estimates of the trade and development impact of the AFCFTA are very encouraging, suggesting that it will boost intra-African trade by over 81%, and manufactured goods are expected to achieve the most gain. Therefore, the prospect of welfare improvement are likely to be significant, given the role that manufactured goods have played in the past in other regions. The fourth one is really what we call investing in the transformation of African economies. I think key for the diversification of sorts of growth and trade to reduce that unhealthy and credit rating negative correlation between growth and commodity price cycle. We all remember in 2020, Gabon was downgraded because oil price collapsed. And so was Botswana for the diamonds. I think we have to really make sure that this diversification agenda become real, and African researchers should actually be leading this, given the potential benefit implication for the continent. Then it's also important to invest heavily to develop capital market within the regions, which is key to reducing the costly original sink, I think, which is way too common in Africa, where most sovereign debt is in foreign currency denominated. And as the dollar appreciate, we see the cost in terms of the fiscal incidence of sovereign debt. We have to find a way to localize the financing of our economies. And then the sixth one, Chairman, is closing infrastructure deficit, specifically in the power sector, which has been a major constraint for those in South Africa going through rotational blackout. The costs are being significant, estimated to about 1.3% of GDP annually since 2007. I think addressing this infrastructure deficit will also help drive productivity and facilitate implementations of the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements. The last one, Chairman, relates to really increasing the relevance and impact of AERC, which takes us to the important point that was made earlier by Professor Zomahu in his opening remark. I think this is very critical, and we dare here put out a research agenda for a polycrisis world. I think the revival of industrial policy in the AFCFTA will be critical. I think you've all heard how Europe, America are going back to industrial policies. I think it is back revenge. How do we make sure that we have the right one to really help implement the AFCFTA? This is something which should be paramount to African researcher and the AERC network. The second one, Chairman, will be what we call the commodity-based industrialization. I think it's simply not acceptable in the 21st century that Africa is still importing tire. We have rubber in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and the technology has been obsolete. The pattern has expired. I think it makes sense, given our market share and the growth of the automotive industry in the coming decade, to actually engage in commodity-based industrialization to make sure that lithium batteries are manufactured within the continent for Africa to integrate the new energy vehicle global value chains, not a supply of lithium, but also perhaps a supply of lithium battery. I think that's another important area of research. And then there is the political economy of the AFCFTA implementations. It is very important that African researchers look into this. Also important and critical is what we call reserve currency in the age of multipolarity. We all see the implication of reserve currency and the cost for debt sustainability. It's something that African researchers should actually position themselves, given where the world is going. Then there is the need for structural transformation as the path to fiscal and debt sustainability. I think we talked a lot about debt issue in the continent. It's time for us to anchor our research to finding sustainable solution to fiscal and debt sustainability. In terms of conclusion, Chairman, I think the policy crisis whirl of multiple shock, which derailed the incipient recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, is not a transient phenomenon, but perhaps a new normal, calling for a comprehensive agenda from all stakeholders, government, DFI, development finance institution, private sector, and academia. I think Afreximbank has been doing its part in that quest for robust recovery, most notably through innovative instruments, and in part to address the huge financing gap in trade finance and infrastructure. The bank has drawn on its investment grade to leverage more international capital into the continent with a leverage ratio of 1:5 for each dollar injected. The bank has been able to actually attract $5 within the continent. The bank is also drawing on innovative products, including its Pan-African payment settlement system to lower the foreign currency content of intra-African trade, which will actually help central banker in the management of reserve. Another important innovative instrument has been Afreximbank Trade Finance and Trade Facilitation, AFTRAF, to deliver corresponding banking services to support the growth of trade in the context of major exodus of foreign banks as a result of stringent compliance requirement, the KYC. Through its counter-cyclical support, PATIMFA, Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, as well as Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Facility, the bank has been able to soften economic blows during downturn and expand prosperity during upturn to keep the regions on a long road trajectory. Besides its increasing systemic relevance and financing of African trade to drive growth, the bank is also investing in the transformation of African economy through several instruments, including support toward the AFC implementations, development of regional value chain to enhance integration into global value chains through backward rather than forward activity as providers of raw materials, what we call the colonial development model of resource extractions. It has also invested in the expansions of trade-enabling infrastructure. And finally, I think its Fund for Export Development, FEDA, is catalyzing foreign direct investment into bank export sector and enhancing implementation of the AFC and the bank industrialization and export development pillars. I wanted to close on this quote from John Maynard Keynes. The difficulty lies not so much in developing new ideas as in escaping from the old ones. I think the old one for us have been to remain on that commodity dependency model of resource extractions, which has been very costly, not only in terms of growth volatility, but also in terms of making it more difficult to achieve fiscal and debt sustainability. We believe that it's very important for African researchers to really focus on this item and capitalize on the AFCFTA to change the structure of African economy and trade. We believe that this biennial is a very critical one. It's happening at a very critical juncture, whereby progress on the AFCFTA has significance, but also rising geopolitical tension around the world make it very important for Africa to actually capitalize on that, to make sure that either nearshoring or friendshoring becomes a tool to accelerate that transformations. And on behalf of President Rama, I would like to wish very fruitful sessions to all participants and speakers. And thank you once again for really associating the African Export-Import Bank to this important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fofak, for this very instructive presentation that there are a couple of I think one question in the QA, and that and there are also a couple of questions for Professor Azomahu, but in the sake of time, I would not because in the agenda there were no response and question and response session for the keynote address, but I would really like that that if you could keep the discussion channel open so people can or researcher who are interested can follow up with questions. But already the research agenda that you put forward is will be very is very promising, and I hope AERC can support some of it in the future. So we'll go to the paper, switch now to the presentation session. So we initially for that we'll have Professor Stefan Decon present first. If Dr. Chuku was not, is Dr. Chuku online now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll keep the schedule that we have in the agenda then. So Dr. Chuku will be presenting a paper on are we heading for another debt crisis in low-income countries? Okay, debt vulnerabilities today versus the pre-HIPC era. All right, you have a floor, Dr. Chuku. I will remind you when you have about 5 minutes left in your talk. So we'll try to keep it in the 20-minute framework. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please let me know if my slides are clear. Are they visible? Please, could you confirm?
Either fine. Can you, if you can make it a full screen, that is kind of a. But if not, I think the previous one are better. Is better.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to thank Professor Theo Azumahu for this special invitation, and let me take this opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as the Executive Director of AERC. We've been partners for quite a while. Now, before I start the presentation, I'd like to start with this disclaimer. So the views I'm going to be expressing here are my views. They do not represent, or they shouldn't be attributed to the IMF, its executive board, or its management. And because of time, I'll just dive into this. But as the chair said, we're asking a very important question here. Are we heading for another debt crisis in low-income countries? So we'll look at debt vulnerabilities today and compare it to what we saw in the 1980s and mid-1990s. Here is a roadmap, and we'll just allow it to unfold as the presentation goes by. So first, I want to show you some stylized facts on what the debt situation is for low-income countries these days. And when we say low-income countries, a big chunk of that basket are really African countries. There's a few countries from East Asia and the Caribbean, but think you'll be safe if you say that this is relatively what you see for African countries. So the first thing we see is that in the last decade, total PPG debt, total public and publicly guaranteed debt, has been growing very fast. On average, 1 percentage points per annum between 2010 and 2019. And in 2020, it jumped by 13 percentage points due to COVID and the extra expenses that was related to that. So, and what we see, if you look at the left panel of this chart I show you here, you see that a lot of this growth has been driven by two main components. You see the blue segment represents domestic debt. So you see a lot of countries have been increasing the share of domestic debt in their total debt. And then you see this reddish segment, it also represents non-concessional debt. So two key points we observe here is that in the last decade, domestic debt has grown very fast and non-concessional borrowing has also grown fast, but concessional borrowing, which is the gray segment, has remained fairly stable. Now, financing needs, as as my colleague, Dr. Fafuk showed, has also increased and become they've come with harsher terms due to the succession of shocks. I mean, just imagine COVID, after COVID, the cost of living shock, after cost of living shock, you now have this cycle of monetary policy tightening, and then this geopolitical tensions. So what you see on the left panel is the public gross financing needs. On average, just before the COVID-19 shock, an average low-income country needed about 4.5% of GDP as gross financing need. At the end of 2021, an average low-income country required about 7% of GDP as gross financing needs. And gross financing needs includes the amount that they require to service debt and to finance the budget deficit. So for many countries, this is quite high. It's somewhere around 10% of GDP. And if you look on the right panel, what you see is that the grace period for new debt has also been dropping. It's been falling gradually. So debt has been coming at harsher terms. Although the interest rate here, because it's not up to 2013, 2023, is not showing that upward trend, but there's been an upward trend in interest rates. And that's, and you see bond spreads, the amplitude has grown wider, which is an indication of the risk perception of low-income countries, debt asset class, and flight to quality. And also many countries are also using increasingly more risky instruments. So we have Eurobonds, syndicated loans, and public-private partnerships. And that's what you see on this, on the right panel of the chart. And as you saw in the last presentation, there's a tall wall of debt repayments coming due in the near term for leaks. Now, on this left panel, you see the short-term debt service for most leaks. So you see that in the next 3 to 5 years, a lot of countries are going to have lumpy repayments. And actually, if you look on the right panel, on the private sector side for Eurobonds, you see that 2024 is a year to look out for because of this very lumpy repayment that several countries will be due for several countries. If no restructuring or reprofiling takes place by next year, we're going to have, we might have significant cascading of debt crisis among low-income countries. Now, I want to recap the first section here. So what we're trying to say in those few slides we showed is that first, the succession of shocks have interacted to exacerbate already growing debt vulnerabilities in low-income countries. So it didn't just start with COVID and all the succession of shocks that followed it. It's been there immediately after the global financial crisis. It started to rise fast. And the headline number is that about 60% of leaks of low-income countries are now facing high debt distress or are already in debt distress. Actually, 12 of them are already in debt distress currently, and 28 already have a high risk of debt distress. Now, the idea behind this paper is to try and benchmark what's going on today with what we had in the late 1980s and early 1990s. So if you do this benchmarking, the last time we saw debt vulnerabilities growing this fast and getting this dangerous was in the mid-1990s. And that's what led to the HIPC, the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, in 1996. And so based on what we've seen, it begs for two questions, basically. So the first question is, are low-income countries currently facing the kind of systemic debt crisis that we saw in the 1980s and mid-1990s that led to the HIPC initiative? Well, if the answer is yes, then do we need today a second generation HIPC type initiative? You can call it HIPC 2.0, or do we need a Brady plan type thing? What kind of framework do we need to address this debt situation we are seeing, and what could be the challenges to trying to replicate a HIPC style initiative today? And that's what part two is we're going to briefly try to compare the debt situation in the 1990s and the debt situation today. And then, we'll try and make judgment, we'll make an assessment of what the situation is in relation to the last debt crisis we had. Now, interestingly, the framework for assessing debt sustainability has evolved over the years. In those days, the 1980s, early 1990s, you just needed to look at two key indicators. You needed to look at the present value of debt to export ratio and the present value of debt to revenues and debt service to export. Today, however, the IMF and the World Bank has a more robust methodology, which is also being reviewed because there are a couple of weaknesses that need to be addressed. But the methodology we use now started in 2005, which is the LEAC DSF, the Low Income Country Debt Sustainability Framework. And here it uses much more debt burden indicators. So here now we use about 5 debt burden indicators, unlike during the HIPIC, where you just needed to look at these 3 indicators you see in table 1 here. In those days, you just needed this rule of thumb, which wasn't quite technically grounded. So if a country had debt to GDP, debt to export ratio above 150% of exports, then we said the country was facing a debt crisis. If it was below, we said that was sustainable. So that was the rule of thumb previously. But now the framework is different, and I believe several colleagues will be aware of this framework. But just to summarize that, now countries are actually categorized into 3 different buckets depending on their debt carrying capacity. So some countries, depending on the quality of institutions, the domestic fundamentals and global economic environment, are classified as weak. And when they're classified as weak, they have tighter thresholds for which if there's a breach in this threshold, we think that they might not be able to sustain that debt carrying capacity. So you have the weak, medium, and strong debt carrying capacity. And that's what we show in table 2. And that's the framework we're using to do this benchmarking, this comparative assessment we're doing between what we have today and what it was in the mid-1990s. Now I'm going to show you this slide. This slide shows the lay of the land. Sort of, it kind of encapsulates the state of affairs today. And I remember we were asking the question, are low-income countries facing the kind of dangerous debt situation they were facing in the 1980s and mid-1990s? If you look at this chart, you might be able to have at least a preliminary answer to that question. On the left panel, what we plot is total public and publicly guaranteed debt for low-income countries. There are 69 of them. And what you see is, on average, the debt stock of leaks today is about half the size what we saw just before the HIPIC. And we show the exact numbers if you look at the paper. And another information that jumps out from the left panel here is that concessional sources of financing have been shrinking. And that's why a lot of leaks are now beginning to, explore domestic financing sources to close their gaps and the other non-concessional financing sources. So if you look on the right panel also, you see outstanding arrears. In mid-1990s, by 1996, most low-income countries, many of them in Africa, had accumulated arrears to the point that about 20%, to the point that exports, the size of arrears in exports was close to 20% or less for some countries. If you look at how it is today, you see that since the HIPIC and MDRI debt relief intervention, arrears have remained muted. And even though there's been a very fast growth in debt burdens over the last decade, if you look on the right panel, you see that it's still somewhere around half the level we were in the mid-1990s when we had the last debt crisis for low-income countries. Now, here, we're just trying to break this down, looking at big pictures, different debt burden indicators. On the left panel here, you see the external debt to GDP ratio. You see, we also plot this horizontal line, which shows the medium debt carrying capacity for a median leak. And what you see in terms of the specific numbers is that the median, now we're looking at median. So with the other papers, you might see they might be using the mean. So it might look like the numbers are different, but we try to avoid using the mean so that we don't have these extreme values driving the figures. We want to see where most countries are. That's why we mostly look at the median. And you see on the left panel that the median external debt to GDP ratio is about 33% today, compared to 71% in 1994 for a median leak. So that's less than half of what it was. And then in 1994, 38 out of the 69 low-income countries, that's more than half of them, had already breached the threshold. The threshold then was 150%, debt to export ratio of 150%. Today, only 25 leaks are above that threshold, that rule of thumb threshold. So just about a third of low-income countries are above the threshold we would have been looking at if we were in the middle 1990s. The same thing here, we show some big picture indicators for liquidity indicators. In other words, indicators that show debt service burden. And you see again, that we are below where we were in the last episode of the debt crisis we experienced in the mid-1990s. The difference, however, for the liquidity indicators is that they're different depending on the category, the subsets of low-income countries. Liquidity indicators are growing very fast. And Dr. Fafuk mentioned, think about the case of Ghana, where more than half of government revenue is used to service debt. And several other countries are experiencing those kind of tight liquidity pressures. But on average, the median is still below what we saw just before the crisis that led to the heavily indebted poor countries initiative in 1994. Now, what we do in this chart is to get a bit more granular and show all the 69 countries here. So you see where each country is in relation to the threshold that the IMF and the World Bank League DSF will normally use to assess a country as being in debt distress. You see that the biggest pressures are with the countries on the extreme right, which are the countries that have weak debt carrying capacity. Most of them have already breached the threshold. The threshold for debt service to revenue based on the League DSF framework is 14%. So a lot of countries are already above 14%. And this was by end 2021 when we had complete data for all the countries. And many of them, you see that the distance to the threshold is very slim. It's slim for most countries across board, not only for countries with debt carrying capacity. Now, in this slide, what we try to do is try to prophesy, look at the future and say, okay, can we construct fan charts to tell us what the future could look like? And these fan charts are constructed for a synthetic leak. So just to keep the computational, to keep the computation simple, we construct a synthetic leak. And what we do is to use the average values of the historical drivers of debt dynamics to try to forecast, we generate all the simulations to show what the debt trajectory could be like in the next couple of years. And what you see, if you look in the left panel, if we pretended to do this at the end of 1994, although we have the benefit of hindsight, you see the amplitude of the fan charts is a lot wider. So there was much more uncertainty, much more risk with the debt situation in the last episode. If you compare it to what we have now, I mean, the 2010s, you can think of it as the period of the great moderation. Interest rates were low, growth rates were high for many low-income countries. So you see the amplitude of the fan chart on the right side is pretty much it's thinner, it's tighter than the previous one. This suggests that the level of uncertainty or the risk that we face now going forward is less than it was in 1994. But we don't want to press this very hard because we found that this analysis was tenuous. It's driven by, as I said, the great moderation and the dynamic growth that many countries experienced post-global financial crisis. Now, in this slide, we ask a question. So one argument is that there's the debt overhang. The debt overhang is beginning to kick in. And the debt overhang really is a situation where, because countries have to service their debts, so all of that debt servicing crowds out the financing or the resources they could have used for social spending. And what you see on the left panel of this chart is in 1996, just think of the average HIPC country was spending about 5%.
Dr. Chiku, you have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, to summarize on this chart, the point is that the debt overhang is beginning to kick in, but it's not as tight or as serious as it was in the mid-1996. So I think I'll spend one minute or two on this slide because here's the key message. So first, there's good news. The good news is that if you look at the solvency and liquidity indicators, they suggest that the risk of debt distress in low-income countries on average is less than it was in the last episode of debt crisis we saw. And this conclusion holds across all the 5 debt burden indicators we look at and across the different groups and subgroups of low-income countries, leaks versus countries today that are at high risk of debt distress or in debt distress already. But that said, debt vulnerabilities could reach the HIPC-like levels over the medium to long term if the current trends continue and if action is not taken promptly on this. And if to illustrate, okay, this illustration, I think I'll keep this for later. But the caveats here, one caveat is that that leaked GSF framework does not fully capture this increases in domestic debt and domestic debt services. So it might be hiding, it might be understating the liquidity risk from debt today. So in this third part, I want to show just 2 points why setting up another HIPIC type solution today might be challenging. One is this creditor coordination challenges. And look at these 2 charts here. You see the rebalancing, and we know about this. Paris Club creditors have shrank as a share of their credit to low-income countries, and the private sector has increased very significantly. So creditor coordination is not going to be as easy as it was during HIPIC, when everyone had to sit on the Paris Club table to agree on the. Another point on restructuring. Another point is the degree of concentration. In 1995, the top 5 creditors of low-income countries accounted for 60% of debt. Today, they account for over 70% of debt. And China and India have come in, and the multilaterals have also taken a bigger share of the credit to low-income countries. And these are senior creditors, so restructuring that debt becomes more difficult. I mean, the multilaterals. And here we show that there's been donor fatigue, and there's also some in the midst of lending vigor. Look, in 1981, 8% of GDP came in as net transfers to low-income countries. Today, it's barely 2% of GDP, and you need those donor, contributions to be able to finance debt relief. So let me go to my final thoughts and just summarize these key messages. This is my last slide. I want to be sure that we get the full message from this analysis we've done. The first message is that while debt burdens have been steadily rising over the last decade, they are still below what we saw in the mid-1990s. That was the last episode. So leaks are not yet in a systemic debt crisis of the type we saw that requires a wholesale coordinated HIPIC style initiative. So that's the aspect that is the good news. The bad news, however, is that the window for dealing with this building debt crisis is closing very, very fast if the urgent action, if the required right actions are not taken, which includes fiscal consolidation and some kind of innovative debt instruments. So looking ahead, countries that are already in debt distress or at high risk of debt distress should firmly implement policies at restoring debt sustainability. Those already in debt distress should not delay engaging early engagement with creditors. And on the part of the international creditor community, they should step up efforts to improve restructuring processes, including with the G20 Common Framework, make them more predictable and more efficient in delivering debt relief where needed. Now, there's this new platform, the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, which is trying to put together all the creditors, all the debtor countries, and even the private sector. And I think that's a welcome development, and we're looking forward to that pushing to accelerate the debt restructuring for countries that are already in debt distress. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll end here. Back to you.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chukwu. So we'll move to the discussion by Professor Garland.
Stop sharing.
Thank you very much. Let's see. You see my slides?
Yep.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for the invitation to discuss this paper, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can't really imagine a better paper in the spirit of the executive director, Prof. Azumahu's comments about promoting excellence in research. This is just a really fantastic paper, and I learned a lot from reading it, and it gave me a lot to think about. Just very briefly, this is a paper that reviews a very broad range of data on debt burdens facing low-income countries, particularly in Africa, and reviews the vulnerabilities of the LICs in what seems to be shaping up as a potential new episode of a debt crisis. And just to summarize the key messages, I think, although Dr. Chukwu has given a really good account of this in his presentation, I think what the paper shows is that there are causes for concern. Debt levels are high. There are a number of countries facing debt distress or on the verge of debt distress. And of course, external macro circumstances, a series of shocks in the spirit of this plenary event. A series of shocks have really created some challenges for many countries. I think the good news that the paper does highlight and makes a convincing case for is that we should also feel some reassurance that if you look more carefully, not just at the newer measures that we think of for debt sustainability, but at measures like debt to GDP ratios and external debt to GDP, especially debt to export ratios, these things look substantially better than what we saw on the verge in the early years leading up to the last debt crisis. And I think what Dr. Chukwu didn't get much time to discuss in the presentation, but it's very much in the paper, is the concerns that are looming, I think, that we're all aware of over the issues around creditor coordination and the institutional difficulties of arranging debt relief if things come to that. So I just want to touch on a couple of points, and I'll be very brief. I feel that I have the advantage here of being old enough to have long memories of the earlier period. And I think looking back to the period of the late 80s and early 90s, there are some really important differences that are worth emphasizing, and I think are worth emphasizing particularly in an AERC session, because I think AERC can probably claim credit for some of the things that are different between now and yesteryear. I think relative to the early 1990s, the policy environments in almost, I won't say almost all, but in a great many low-income countries are far more favorable. There is improved. Countries are entering this period with reasonably long histories of macro stability in many cases. Structural reforms that were highly contested in the 80s and early 90s that are now well embedded, mostly for better, not unambiguously for better, but the structural reforms have taken hold. There are, I think, I was trying to find a nice way to word this when I was making my slides, but far fewer egregiously bad policy experiments taking place in low-income countries, and a much more realistic understanding of both the power and the limitations of what the public sector can do. And so the kind of background against which the current episode is taking place is a far more positive one than you would have seen back in, say, 1990. And I think a direct relationship is to the institutional environment, where, again, relative to the late 80s, early 90s, there's far greater institutional capacity around economic policymaking, particularly in relation to macroeconomics and policymaking. And now I'm thinking of sub-Saharan Africa almost without exception, low-income countries almost without exception. Capabilities of central banks are far greater. The institutions are stronger. There's more stability. Many central banks are functionally independent or have some degree of functional independence, which was very much not the case at the time. Finance ministries are staffed with capable, competent people. I think the general level of institutional commitment is very high. There are civil society debates around policy, which, you know, it's not that these debates in the UK or the US are particularly well informed, but there are serious conversations taking place in many countries around policy and the directions of policy. And I think this is a hugely positive change relative, again, to 30 years ago, when these were issues that had very little public following. People were not well informed at all. And again, I think in terms of the egregiously bad policy experiments, relatively few countries now where the quality of governance is fundamentally the problem. So this bodes really well for countries' ability to navigate what are very challenging, objectively challenging circumstances. I think there are also a few positive aspects of the global economic environment, and it's easy to focus on the negatives, the shocks, the COVID shock, the interest rate shocks that we're facing now, the Ukraine-Russia war shocks. I think these are real and meaningful. But I think at the same time, the world economy looks very different now than it did 30, 35 years ago, with much greater integration. Again, not unambiguously a good thing, but greater integration, deeper, thicker capital markets, and a 30-year experience of growth that's left many countries at least somewhat better able to weather a series of difficult times. So I think in this sense, I think the message I wanted to communicate is that I think you could argue that the current headwinds that countries are facing might be more temporary and less deeply structural than in the pre-HIPC era. And so I think that bodes well. I have to highlight some concerns. And I think here, and Dr. Chukwu, I think in the paper very much and very briefly in the presentation touched on this, but I think here the increasing multipolarity of global finance is something that has made debt relief, the prospect of debt relief, far more challenging. And I don't need to elaborate on this for the current audience, I think. But the much smaller role of concessional finance, which has reduced the power of a few key institutions. HIPC was a product of a few actors who could fit into a single room and probably around a single table to have a conversation. That's no longer, I think, the case. Their expansion of, as the paper makes clear, of private sector lending, domestic creditors, the diversification of bilateral and multilateral lending, and in the context of a new era of tensions between China and the West in particular. I think the concern is always that LIC debt becomes a terrain for conflict. And when that happens, we know from previous experience that low-income countries get caught in the crossfire, that they're easily caught in a crossfire. And situate that in a context of a very volatile global financial environment. And I think that raises some concerns that, again, it's no longer perhaps entirely in the power of countries themselves to manage the situation and to stay out of debt. I don't want to take much longer. I just think I'd like to say that I think this is a really thoughtful paper that lays out the evidence very clearly. Has a very persuasive analysis. I think the reasons for optimism that the paper lays out are clear. And I think the reasons for concerns are there as well. As I say, I think the big concern here is that in moments of great power, political and economic contestation, low-income countries are easily overlooked, easily caught in the crossfire. And I think the takeaway message of the paper is the really important one to focus on here, that preventive measures are fundamental. This is the moment for countries which do have the capability of managing their own financial situations, but to consolidate, to anticipate. They don't want to get caught. It's a good moment to start thinking about how not to get caught in the headwinds and how not to get caught in the crossfire. And so on that note, I think I'll stop here. I think I've used up my 10 minutes. But again, my congratulations to Dr. Chukwu on an interesting paper, and just delighted to read this and to be a part of this. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gallin, for this very instructive discussion of a paper by Dr. Chukwu. So the key message for this paper, there is a cause of concern for debt in low-income countries, although it's look different from what we've seen before in the 80s and in the 90s, and in a more integrated world, low-income countries may have more ability to cope with this debt crisis, and preventive measures will be key to dealing effectively with or even averting a potential debt crisis. So there are few questions. Few people raised their hands. I think we don't have a question built in the agenda, but we'll have floor discussion at the end. So if you have questions, just hold on to them for now. So we'll have time for discussion at the end. So now we'll move to the second presentation by Professor Stefan Derkon. You have the floor. And again, Stefan, I will remind you when you have 5 minutes left.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. I hope that operation will go smoothly. I think it's happening. I should now make sure it is.
That's great.
That looks fine, eh? Great. Okay. Well, it's great to be able to talk to you, and thank you so much for the invitation. And I have to add my congratulations to Theophil for his appointment. And I just look forward, I think, together with my Oxford colleagues like Doug Gollin that you've just heard, and Pramila Krishnan that you will hear later on, that we're delighted also from Oxford and from the Center for the Study of African Economies to keep on collaborating and maybe even deepen our collaboration with AERC. I know that within the theme of the conference, I may have written a slightly unlikely paper, but there's a couple of reasons. The first and probably most important one is that I'm not a macroeconomist, but I have quite a lot of experience in recent times to working in economic policy advice. And, you know, there is no crisis that ever happens that also doesn't have a political or political economy aspect. And if we think about it now, you know, look, as very eloquently was described, in fact, in the keynote as well as in the previous conversation or presentation, you know, African economies have been affected by a lot of external shocks. But of course, in some places and where the crisis is now already quite deep, you know, it's very hard not to deny. It's very hard to deny, sorry, that it was exacerbated due to very poor economic decision making before and during the crisis. You know, the need for stabilization and adjustment measures is, of course, there. But we also do know that politically, this is extremely difficult to get done. And this is, in a way, what I want to actually talk about. This: how do you, in highly politicized context, which is basically policymaking anywhere in the world, including during crisis when decision-making is actually really hard, also for political reasons. So how do we actually give economic advice, or how do we do, like AERC tries to do, research that has direct policy implications in a context where, you know, we wouldn't be still in a job as economists if we see an awful lot of quite unreasonable economic policies being pursued across the world, including on the continent. Now, I know firsthand what unreasonable economic policies would be. My very last job in the UK government as an advisor, this case to the FCDO, the successor of DFID, was to advise this particular person, someone called Liz Truss, a prime minister, who succeeded in the 44 days before she managed to be removed by essentially a coup by her party, managed to wipe off 30 billion of the UK economy through actually just announcing incredibly unreasonable, bad economic policies. So, you know, you have that. And we do work often as advisors or as researchers that are trying to influence. You know, we work with politicians and political environments and so on. And so my first question, very briefly, I want to touch upon, I will do it only briefly, but I'm really moved what it means for our profession and advice, not least during a crisis as we're having it. Why is there so much unreasonable economic policy making? Recently I did write a book, and I can't help briefly mentioning it because actually the theme of that book was a lot to do with, can we explain why in certain countries it appears to be that at some point something quite reasonable starts happening, often in highly distorted environments and maybe even with corruption and low capability, whatever. And I'm thinking historically at places like maybe China, yes, and Eastern Asia, but also Indonesia or Bangladesh, but also into Africa, where definitely in a period in Ethiopia, when I was very much researching this between 2005 and 2020, very, very fast growth. We think of Rwanda. We can also think of Ghana in the period from the mid-1990s, maybe until about 5 or 10 years ago, where actually there is a real sensible economic policy making, broadly speaking, with some really good growth. Why do I have these? And in contrast, other countries where this is not happening. And the theme of the book really, and the way I want to think about economic policymakers is that if you want to understand the policy decisions that are being taken, it's actually really worth to think about what the objective function is of those people that have power, that have influence in the country. So it's not just the finance minister or the governor of the central bank, but in general, those who are actually powerful, from the president, but also sometimes the military, the connected businesses that seem to be hanging out in State House every day. Some of the civil servants that are close to the politicians and others not, maybe even people in universities and so on. And to basically understand the outcomes, what is being achieved, we better don't simply assume, as we typically do as economists, that these countries, at least the leadership or the influential people, just want growth and development. No, maybe they want other things. And we should understand the nature of their objective function, and then also understand, what is possible, what is feasible in that country, given who controls the civil service, who controls the policy making, which businesses have influence, and so on. And so the nature of the state to implement matters as well. So importantly then, and that's definitely something I find increasingly important, we should not take for granted that those who actually in the end are most influential in policy making, including in economic matters, actually are interested in growth or in development. They may well be first and foremost be interested in maintaining their power, who may be supporting those people who brought them into power with contracts and with jobs and so on. And it may not be the game that they play. Now, for me, that was brought home probably clearest in my experience when I was chief economist as DFID. The contrast I had somewhere, it's about 8-9 years ago now. On the left, it's the DRC, the Prime Minister's office, and on the right, is the Prime Minister's office in Ethiopia. Tells us a little bit on the difference in the regimes, that there is no picture available on the web of the Prime Minister's office in Ethiopia. These are different regimes, different politics, different ideologies. But what was very striking, within the course of a number of weeks, I was actually asked to visit the Prime Minister's office in both places and to actually discuss with the senior policymakers the plans for economic development at that time in their country. The Prime Minister Ponyo in Congo, in DRC, had invited me to Kinshasa, and I ended up talking with all his advisors, which were about 20 actually young men, but maybe in this case the gender in itself was not the main issue, but 20 young men presenting an incredibly excellent set of plans for the Congolese economy. And I was in agriculture, in infrastructure, in macroeconomics, all kinds of things. And it was actually really interesting. I think the people in Washington would have been pleased. I was representing at the time the UK DFID and said, well, actually, this is pretty good stuff. But also as an academic, I thought, this is pretty sensible, evidence-based, understanding your country, the context, what is possible, all kinds of things. And I remember walking out of the room together with one of my colleagues, a Congolese political advisor from the embassy, and he started laughing the moment we were out. And he said, quel spectacle, what a show have we just seen. We have just seen essentially a play. And that's actually true. It was a spectacle. It was a play, because we knew full well nothing would ever be implemented of that plan. And indeed, nothing ever of these plans were ever implemented during Kabila's Congolese, the DRC, the government of Kabila in the DRC. In contrast, in Ethiopia, we were invited, and in fact, we were invited with a number of other, I was asked to bring and organize together a number of experts, and we had a diverse set of people, you know, names you will recognize, or some at least, you know, Paul Collier was there, Justin Lin from China. We had also Land Pritchard. And those who know these three characters, let's say they will have definitely three different views on the world and of what needs to be done and whatever. Ethiopian government had invited us, and we discussed with the minister, vice ministers, prime ministerial advisors, governor of the central bank, their plans. And I remember they were presenting them, and everybody, all of us had a bit of worries about it. But I also remember at the end of the meeting, we all walked out, and despite our very different backgrounds and knowledge of these places, we all agreed that the Ethiopian government were probably going to try to do this, and they probably will actually generate quite a lot of growth and be quite successful, which was indeed the case. This was the country of the fastest African growth rate, I think, between 2010 and 2019. And, you know, had it not been for the war, it may well have continued, and it may well pick up again. This is the big contrast. And the real thing there is, what's the difference? In the end, in the DRC, the underlying interest of the regime was really not in growth and development. They were doing other things. That was just definitely not their obsession. You know, some would say they were just mainly interested in stealing, others saying, oh, it's all the conflict. Others would say the elite is too fragmented, it's too divided country, whatever it is. But we do know that President Kabila was probably more interested in playing video games rather than actually anything else. And I have this on very good authority, this little fact. But in Ethiopia, they definitely desperately wanted to actually grow. And it was maybe for all kinds of political reasons. But Meles Zenawi and the successor, they were very much committed to growth. Thinking through what they want to achieve is important as an advisor. Now, how do you then give advice? And that's then quite important here. As academics, we love, first of all, as economists, we love telling people what to do. We love to tell politicians what to do. And of course, but our profession is built around it often. You know, we have a theory of what is actually a certain normative sense of it. We have empirical work. We do experiments these days where we want to tell them this is what works and this doesn't work. We build up a body of evidence from macro and micro with that is all about, you know, this is what you should do. This is the best thing. And in fact, what we're very good at as economists is to think about the first best. What would be the optimal set of things? And in fact, when you go to the IMF, that seems to be the advice that you get from them. This is the first best economic policies for your country. And, you know, and we can argue about it and whatever, but it's this kind of sense, no, we are just technocrats and we're offering the first best. The World Bank doesn't call this first best, but best practice. And it comes with these two institutions who are in principle not meant to take much into account of politics and somehow bring, you know, we can argue forever about whether they actually are incredibly political, and I probably think they are, but still we do also as economists, as advisors, have this kind of sense, we tell you what is best, okay? Now, the difficulty is that if you're in the world that I was trying to describe and I alluded to in my book as well, is that if you have to take into account that the objective function may not be economic efficiency or indeed growth, or that the state, even if the policymaker wants to do it, has all kinds of structures that are virtually impossible for you to implement. And it could be the civil service that is just not functioning, or that the interests of those who control the civil service are very different, you know, all the way to maybe clientelist or indeed maybe corrupt behaviors, or indeed that business that are connected to it have always people inside that can tell them what to do. Whatever it is, the objective function and nature of the state is quite different. And this is what I want to argue in this paper, is that in these very difficult environments, including during shocks, which are politically incredibly hard periods to deal with, I'm tempted to say, and I'm trying to actually get the data together, that the vast majority of countries that actually implement some of the more stringent kind of IMF programs, politics doesn't tend to survive it. You often have changes in power because it's incredibly demanding on the politician to actually sometimes do some of these things that are expected. Now, I would actually say there is something here to be thought about second best policy advice, second best in the economic sense, where we recognize the constraints, which is the objective function may not be or only be about growth and development. There will be other interests, and also recognizing the constraints on implementation, that can be done. I will then want to argue, though, because it's a very slippery slope here, that actually we need to make these constraints endogenous in our advice, otherwise we'll get into real trouble, and I will explain in a second now. So let me build and explain this a bit further. So if we give first best advice, well, we clearly then assuming that economic efficiency is what the politician also wants, or indeed that growth or stability needs to be achieved in the best possible way. We also tend to assume that then if we tell them to do something, they can do it. That the state, the structures in the state, the civil service, the business community that needs to be willing, that needs to pay their taxes, so to speak, that they will want to do it, and that actually the things can be implemented. Now, what if these objectives are different and the state is unable to implement? So what is the case? And let's take the first extreme case. These constraints are just insurmountable, okay? Now, then if we give first best advice, it is definitely not what we should be giving. It's suboptimal. In fact,
Mr. Durkan, you have 5 minutes left.
That's perfect. If you give that advice, it is actually suboptimal. It is actually not even the second best, because we haven't taken into account what is the best possible advice to give in this context. I take an example. If fuel subsidies really cannot be addressed, and we say basically we insist on a program, but for political reasons, nobody dares to touch on fuel subsidies, which has often been the case in many places in the world, then giving an advice and saying, oh, you have to lift all the subsidies, maybe some will be lifted, but not a fuel one. Now, that's not necessarily the best advice, because maybe the best advice would be is that, well, the distortion in the energy sector is now so big that renewable energy doesn't get an opportunity to emerge. Or maybe the best advice would be, well, I know I can't do fuel subsidies or fossil fuel subsidies, I should have said. I can't remove them. Well, maybe I have to now subsidize renewable energy as well. That would be second best, and not simply try cut as many subsidies as we can. So basically, if these constraints are insurmountable, the second best will need to take into account some of these constraints. Similarly, we can keep on putting in IMF programs, revenue mobilization targets, while we full well know that, for example, in Pakistan, if revenue collection has been for the last 30 years about 8%, that's a political equilibrium. There is just no one in politics clearly who wants to really go and touch lots of the businesses that don't pay a single penny of taxes. And that you have to then think about it. So second best policy advice is then a bit like a finance minister who wants growth and stabilization, but maybe, for example, the finance minister is the good guy here, for example, or the good woman. Let's hope there are more of them. But the other ministers on peace don't want to do it, or the state finds very hard to implement. In the paper, I describe, what it would look like, which is essentially second best via principal agent problem. The agent doesn't quite want to do it, but the principal here, the finance minister, will try to set the incentives in such a way that try to do the best they can given the agent's objectives and in implementation. And as I already explained with the examples, that advice will often deviate from the first best. Now, and that's what I will end with, it gives us a bit of a challenge, and here this little picture gives us a sense of more or less where I got to, which is saying either we have a capable state or we have a less than capable state. Either the objective function of those in power is indeed development or growth or economic stability, or the objective function is actually something quite different. We tend to do as economists, we behave as if things can be implemented what we advise and that the objective function is efficiency or something. So we do the first best or best practice. All the other ones are second best. The problem is really the second best, knowing that the objective function is actually not pro-development. If I'm an advisor, am I really going to advise them the kind of things they need to do to get the other objectives like rent seeking or offshoring profits or whatever is achieved? So we sit in the second best world, and that bottom line is an uncomfortable one because the objectives are not development. And so what will we actually do? So this leads me a bit to the idea, maybe as advisors or even as researchers, we need to think a bit sharper. You know, of course, if the state is capable and the objective function is pro-development, well, let's do best practice. Let's do the first best. But if the state is less capable, while we may be dealing with, say, a finance minister who wants development, we could do the second best. But think about the advice we give that actually helps to improve the state capability at the same time. Look for those things that somehow begin to shift the incentives in the state as well, so that more things are possible. And then maybe if the objective function is not development, the bottom one here on the left, we have a capable state, maybe we should actually say, can we actually give advice that somehow nudges the objectives more towards development? Of course, the hardest one is if you give advice in countries where nobody really in power really cares about growth or efficiency, and the state is not at all capable. That's quite a lot of demands. And this is a bit like where I think as researchers should be willing to think a bit more about it. We are often very much just doing the pure technocrat. We assume that the state can implement and the objective function is development. We just give this kind of bits of advice. If we are less than capable state is the one we're thinking about, then as researcher advisors, we should think about not just giving advice what is the best, but actually the best that possibly we will find a way to get implemented, maybe with somehow working through the system. And I call that the technocratic operator. And it's actually not a bad idea. But if, of course, the objective function of those in power, the finance minister is crooked or the prime minister can't be trusted, are we then going advice that is like a mercenary trying to help them to do their schemes? Or are we willing to be a little bit subversive? I like to think as researchers, we should think a little bit about it, how we also use our advice to shift the underlying economic incentives. Now, that's all quite complicated, but it's something to actually think about it. In the paper, I give some more examples, but it's basically here the conclusion that I have on the screen here, and this is the last one. You know, we will be more impactful if we think through how it will work through the country, the system we're dealing with, whether it's the politics or indeed the state doing it. We should be, if we really want impact, and I'm not saying that every research needs to do this, but if we really want impact, we should think about the objectives of those who actually have the power and indeed the constraints to implementation, rather than simply keep on chewing out this kind of first best practice evidence that in the end, we won't see ever implemented in these countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Deacon. So we'll move to a discussion by Professor Omondi Go.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and thank you, Chair. So I have a few lines that I want to share about this presentation. Chair, can you see my screen?
What? Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. So I'll be very brief. Stefan, I find this paper extremely insightful, extremely useful for both researchers and policy makers. And I think it really interprets the components of the original theorem properly in terms of using mathematical models to make some analysis of the hypothetical societies, but to generalize or to justify very general normative principles. And so it actually confirms the fact that the original theorem about the second best was not so much about theory and welfare per se, but about mathematical optimization in a very general sense. And so what Steve does is that he's able to draw a line between the mathematical models and the associated theorems, and then the economic interpretation of the models and the theorems, and between those two, he's able to chart a path for a newer or a novel application of the theory. And this comes out very well. Thank you very much for that. And so the lesson that I picked from this paper is that the theory of the second best warns us against depending too much on idealistic institutions and policies in an effort to attempt to realize normative goals in a fairly non-ideal situation. An important part or component of this paper is the fact that it really highlights, properly so, the role of elite bargains in determining how resources are generated across economies, how resources are accessed, and how the resources are distributed. So I have a few comments that I want to raise, most of them in the form of questions, not so much comments. But I've had time to read through and to look at the models and the framework that has been proposed by Stefan. And I get the feeling that the model picks different economic measures and tries to test each of those measures on their own without getting to look at how the measures may interact. So now when we attempt to make an interpretation out of that, then our interpretation diverges now from the model or from the theorem. So probably it's something to think about. Now, the elite, as discussed in this paper, is actually assumed to be a homogeneous group of people. So isn't there a possibility that a given policy measure can impact various segments of the elite differently? Is there a possibility that a policy measure can affect one group of the elite positively, another group negatively? Now, how about the citizenry? Because now we maximize social welfare on behalf of the citizenry, but the citizenry also have a role to play in picking out the elites through whatever process, an election or any other process. So do we assume that the level of civic awareness, the level of political awareness, the level of economic awareness of the citizenry that gives us the elite is the same across countries, across time? Does it matter if the citizenry doesn't know what they really want from the people in power? Does it make a difference? Now, there are a few examples that have been thrown into the paper to illustrate how unreasonable certain policy decisions can be. I particularly took an interest in one that refers to the governor of a central bank of a country that was facing a serious forex crisis and a huge black market premium. And the policy guidance the central bank governor could give was, trying to close down the borders to trade. Now, in context, I happen to have been living in Zimbabwe at this time, and I think the country in reference here is Zimbabwe. So maybe I thought there's some need to try to understand the context of that statement. I'm not defending the government, but in 2018 there was a situation in Zimbabwe where there was nothing in the country, and no one had the confidence in the newly introduced bond notes, and so Zimbabweans were actually crossing borders to go and buy goods, and so they were holding currencies of neighboring states for purposes of, going to acquire goods in those countries' currencies and bringing those goods to Zimbabwe. So that is the context, but probably Stephen has a different interpretation. Now, there's an interesting argument in this paper that there's a difference in the underlying objective function for countries. So those differences actually determine success or failure in growth and development. And Stephen cites DRC and Nigeria as some of those countries that are characterized by elite bargains that are focused on capturing and selectively redistributing wealth. And he contrasts that with the situation in Ghana and Ethiopia.
You have about 2 more minutes left.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I, from my own understanding of the nature of the elite capture in DR Congo, the bulk of it has something to do with foreign powers, not the same as in Nigeria. But I thought that for such an assertion, there should have been some evidence. Now, another assertion that Stephen makes is that the people in power will depend on providing sufficient rents to certain groups in society so that those groups can favor them as they rule. But now my question is, does that model now assume that we have leadership in perpetuity, or does it assume that we have term limits? Now, if we have term limits, would that situation obtain in the first term, and would the same situation obtain in the second term? Are the objectives being maximized in the first term of the presidency, for instance, the same as those being maximized in the second term? And again, the paper appears to be advocating for benevolent dictators, cites the case of Kagame in Rwanda and Meles Zenawi in Ethiopia. So I was just wondering if at all benevolent dictators require advice. Finally, Stephen advises the advisors to recognize the significance of politics and to operate within it, and to stay away from mercenary actions that embed those in power further. And so I was wondering, of course this varies from one situation to another, but how do the advisors really get to be? Because there are instances where advisors actually just appendages of the system. And so, trying to ask them to stay away from those in power might actually in practice not be very welcome. Otherwise, this is a really useful piece of work. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Professor Omondi, and thank you, Professor Durkan. Oops, excuse me. Thank you both for a great presentation and very provocative questions. So, again, in the agenda, we didn't have a response. But we didn't build the time for responding to this question. Is it okay if, Stefan, are you okay answering to this question when we switch to the floor discussion?
Sorry, are you asking whether I should very briefly respond or should I not? I do it. Yeah, I'm very happy to briefly. Look,
yeah, okay.
I will. The main thing I will say. So I want to thank these comments, and they're very good, and they're very challenging, of course, and you know, some of the argument, maybe bits of the evidence, but maybe not convincingly at all. You know, there is a section of the paper that refers a lot to the book I just recently written, and there's a bit more about it. But the questions are incredibly precise and right. By the way, I wasn't thinking of Zimbabwe, but that's another matter. It was another governor, so it happens in other places. Context matters. I didn't try to model here the elite. I'm working on the paper where we use some kind of Shelley Lundbeck kind of model of non-cooperative collective model somehow to actually do this. So there's things that can do it. And in a way, there's a body of political economy writing that does bits and pieces of the model. I think your final question, I really like a lot. And this is also, you're absolutely right. You know, who chooses the advisors? And I work quite a lot in some countries with the advisors of presidents and prime ministers, and it's very striking. These are very connected to the politics. It's often different even from central bank governors or advisors to finance ministries. And it's actually important to talk to them because even though they're more political, they also understand better the political constraints. Many of them are actually very interested in doing the right thing as well. And I think maybe something for AERC to also to have an eye for that kind of people that sit in these more politicalized environments. And that's quite important. I know there's other questions and I'm sure I could say something to it, but I'm not going to do that. I'd better go to the floor now. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Also, we can take, I think, a 5-minute break because we were supposed to have a break before that we didn't have. I think it could be probably healthy to have a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at let's say
Harunan, sorry, this is Stefan. Can I just briefly? I wanted to say one line actually, additional, which is that I don't necessarily believe in benevolent dictators. There is evidence that autocracies do a bit better than democracies, but there's also evidence, that autocracies sometimes do better than democracies. There's a lot of evidence that autocracies do usually much worse than democracies, and you can't really pick your dictators. So I wouldn't recommend dictators in general. So that's not what I imply, but I want to leave it there.
Okay, great. I think that's a good point to make. Okay, so let's take a short break and reconvene at for me it will be 9:08, so in 5 minutes, right? So it's we'll convene in 5:08 in Nairobi time. All right, thank you. So, hello.
Hi there.
Yes.
Hello.
All right. Thank you. We'll resume with a presentation by Professor Gallagher. So you have the floor.
Terrific.
Yep.
Want to make sure everyone can see my slide and hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll remind you when you have about 5 minutes left.
Terrific. Well, it's great to be part of this again. I'm giving this presentation based on a paper that I'm co-authoring with Luma Ramos, who is now at the World Bank, and Nsetsa Wer from FSD Kenya, and she's here with me as well. I completely great to be on this panel. Really like the past presentations, and I couldn't agree more with the IMF paper that came out a couple weeks ago, and I've had a number of panels with them here near Washington. We are not in a debt crisis the way that we were in the 1990s, but what I will argue, and I think there's universal agreement on, is that the debt distress has caused a development finance mobilization crisis, and unfortunately that couldn't be more acute than in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm just going to focus on debt distress and the fiscal space for climate resilient resource mobilization, which is only one of a myriad of things, perhaps not even the most important thing, that there needs to be massive resource mobilization for. I'll make 4 quick points. One, that sub-Saharan Africa is experiencing multiple shocks that are increasing debt levels and debt service to a broad and broader array of creditors than ever for the region. That the cost of debt service and new capital are at new highs, especially for the most climate vulnerable countries in the region, and in accentuating a cycle of external shocks, vulnerability, cost of capital increase, and there's a real fiscal squeeze in the region. And there's a massive need for new liquidity from outside of Africa, affordable development finance, and yes, in some cases, debt relief. And I'll get to that as we move forward. First, let me talk about the macro critical implications of climate change in Africa. As we know, Africa is on the front line of climate change. It has played very little in causing climate change, just a couple, 3-4 percentage points of total emissions. But unfortunately, as you can see here, it has to pay the price of inaction in the advanced economies, where climate change is causing physical risk in terms of macroeconomic risk to much of the region in the form of droughts, which hurts hydropower and the ability it hurts agricultural productivity and therefore exports and balance of payments and beyond, whether it be droughts or floods in Nigeria. And floods in Durban last year. Africa is on the front line of the costs of climate change, although they've had little or nothing to do with the cause of climate change. And given the fact that this is the case, it's essential to have climate resilience, not necessarily climate mitigation, because they're not causing the problem, but resilience to climate change has to be a key component of resource mobilization and structural change and growth paths moving forward. This is a table from fellow AERC colleagues in a project that we have with them. This is from John Asafu Ajayi, Jaguna Jagundu, and Abebe Shimele's recent paper of modeling GTAP that shows the macroeconomics of macroeconomic impacts of climate change are significant across the region in terms of taking real bites out of household income, GDP, and welfare, averaging around 3% a year for most countries and households in the region. Let me give a quick survey of the accentuation of external debt in the region. We've heard that a little bit already today, and Danny Bradlow, who comes after me, will probably talk about this as well. So I'll just sort of fly through these next few slides. But this just shows that external debt has more than doubled in the region since 2008, and since HIPC and the MDRI largely cleared most of the external debt, but the composition of it has significantly changed. The largest newcomer are private bondholders and private capital markets, followed by the multilateral development agencies, which obviously have been the core component for a long time, and also China in its various forms is also a new big financier. Contrary to what you hear sort of the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and Kamala Harris say when they come to Africa and point fingers and blame all this on China, if you look at the stock of debt in sub-Saharan Africa for 2021, multilateral development banks are still the largest at around 30%, with bondholders at 29%, China at 12%, and the Paris Club at 5%, regardless of what the ordering is and what the order of magnitude is. The clear truth is that it's on one level, when times are good, it allows for a diversified portfolio of external financing sources. But when it comes to moments like we have now, and if you have to restructure this debt, it gets very thorny, as I'll get into later. What should be noted is that the peaks for when a lot of this debt is due is 2024 and 2025. And we've already seen a number of countries in the region in debt distress or near it, and some already have defaulted and gone to the climate framework. If things don't get better soon, we unfortunately will see more countries move in there, especially as some of these bonds are due to be rolled over or due to be paid at the end of this year and early next year. If you look at the debt service payments, the order looks relatively the same as the debt stock. However, the magnitudes over the next in between 2022 and 2029 are a little bit larger. So still about 23% is due to multilateral development banks, 26%, the largest share, to bondholders, but Chinese institutions, the China Development Bank, Export-Import Bank of China, and some of their commercial state-owned banks are also a big chunk, almost about a third of it moving forward. And the Paris Club is still significant in terms of payments over the next few years at 16%. In addition to what's exacerbated all of this has been these multiple shocks, whether it be COVID, Putin's invasion of Russia, of Ukraine, and the numerous interest rate hikes and the inflation in the United States. All of this is compounded to not only increase the cost of capital, as I'll show in the next slide. I probably should have had that one first, but it's caused significant depreciation of African currencies. So this massive depreciation of currencies, in addition to increases in the cost of capital, has made the amount of debt that has to be serviced and paid even more significant. We've all heard the story that came out of the World Bank 2 weeks ago that Nigeria is using 96% of every tax dollar to service external debt. That's severe. That's super concerning. That's quite a bit of an outlier. But on average, the region is at 12%, which is over the IMF threshold, at least for the lowest income countries, of which many of them are. But there's a number that are over 12%, hovering around 25% for the region. So this debt distress threatens resource mobilization for climate change and development in sub-Saharan Africa in a big way. This is a framework that my co-author Nsetsa Wer has that really does a nice job in spelling out the sort of cycle that is engaged with that makes it difficult for African countries to mobilize the right kind of resources in the midst of climate change. If you look up at the top, climate change leads to crop and livestock failure and loss and damages infrastructure. You need increased infrastructure on food imports, increased expenditure after that on food imports, and high domestic inflation usually occurs. Therefore, you get an erosion of the foreign exchange of reserves, an importation of food inflation from regions where food imports are sourced. You get currency depreciation on local currencies due to increased forex spending on food imports, compounded by domestic and imported inflation. and you have to have higher expenditure in the midst of lower forex reserves and high inflation limits. And it limits the fiscal and monetary policy options to address climate change and normal fiscal operations. And unfortunately, for most of the countries in the region, this cycle is at the epicenter of a finance minister's concern on a daily basis. This just shows that sub-Saharan Africa, the countries in red, are among the countries in the world right now that are experiencing some of the highest levels of debt services to export ratios, or a liquidity indicator, versus their climate vulnerability. That's on the horizontal axis. And you see many countries here in the upper right-hand corner that are sort of a double whammy in high debt distress and high climate vulnerability. And therefore they are in the middle of this cycle that my co-author has so eloquently put together. We calculate the Climate Policy Initiative has estimates, country by country estimates on what the annual need for climate resilience and climate adaptation is for African countries in between now and 2030. And on average, we find out that debt service between 2022 and 2029 gobbles up about 93% of that on average for sub-Saharan African countries, meaning that there's really no space to finance this climate resilience, let alone education, human health, important ingredients of natural capital formation and moving forward for the continent. This is just a table that shows the climate, the amount of debt service in column 1, the need from these estimates from CPI in column 2, and the gap or the overrun, with many countries just nowhere near having the ability to be able to do this kind of financing. This also, with data from the IMF, shows that only about 12 countries have any positive fiscal space in the region, and only 10 of them would be able to cover their climate resilience finance needs in a pinch. So all of this adds up, and we go into much more detail in the paper on all these issues, that there's a lot that needs to be done by the external community. I'm not an African. I should not be telling Africans what to do, but I'm very distressed about what the G7 came up with this weekend, which hardly notes or discusses many of these problems at all. And so to me, as a foreigner, I feel like I should be pointing at the international community on what role they should play. But I would underscore Durkan, who just preceded me, that obviously there's a lot of domestic policy reform that would have to couple any international action to be able to make all this work. But first and foremost, we need a reallocation of the latest SDR issuance. Advanced economies promised $100 billion of recycling or rechanneling of SDRs, and the African Development Bank has an incredible proposal for that. But unfortunately, that's been forthcoming and wasn't very talked about at the G7 meeting over the weekend. We also need further issuances of new special drawing rights moving forward, something that has almost fallen off of the conversation, not only at the G7 but at the G20 as well. There is a big discussion on World Bank reform, and we will really need capital increases in the World Bank and other multilateral development banks, in addition to implementing the capital adequacy framework recommendations that will allow the existing development banks with their existing balance sheets to be able to expand the amount of lending. That's a good thing to be able to do, but during the capital adequacy framework, those expansions, none of that would be able to be used for concessional or grant finance, and therefore it won't play a role in what is probably the biggest concern when it comes to external debt for the region, which is the high level of the cost of capital. Before 2019, for most African countries, the multilateral development banks, their lending was somewhere between 1% and 2%. China was in between 2 and 4, and private capital markets were somewhere between 4 and 8. Well, now the IBRD is upwards of 4.5. The Chinese are in between 5 and 7, and on average, private capital markets for most African countries are over 10%. That's a new environment that it makes external debt service in terms of rollovers very, very concerning, and mobilizing new money almost out of reach for any responsible finance ministry. So we need a major push to reduce the cost of capital around the world. That can only be done with development banks. When development banks play a role, that can really only be done with capital increases, not just stretching the existing balance sheets. If you did concessional finance and grants under the capital adequacy frameworks, then you would put downward pressure on the AAA ratings of the MDBs, which is a huge problem. In addition to new liquidity, new finance that is grant and concessional that bends down the cost of capital, we also need a reform of the common framework, because whether we like it or not, more countries will be defaulting, and more countries probably should, but for good reasons they aren't, because it has major short-term ramifications. We have a proposal. We're part of a group that has a proposal for reforming the common framework. And this is my second to the last slide. First and foremost, we need to reform the debt sustainability analysis that sets the floor for what a restructuring or a reprofiling should look like. Right now, these do not look at any climate shocks or any kinds of loss of agricultural productivity because of climate or floods or anything like that, nor do they look to recalibrate a country to get it to its level of resource mobilization that it needs to get back and recover from all these external shocks and domestic issues to be able to get on a right path. It just gets you to the level of debt sustainability to maintain that more anemic level of suboptimal resource mobilization and pay international debts that you were at before these crises hit. We need to build in the potential of these external shocks and the real resource mobilization needs to get a real vision of what countries need to get back to after reprofiling and restructuring. We also need IFI and official creditor participation. As you see, especially in this region, MDBs are a big part of the debt. That can be done through gold sales at the IMF and financing the CCRT at a higher level.
There's 5 minutes left.
I'll be done before that. For the private sector, especially in the commercial sector, especially China, we propose a Brady bond-like scheme and some regulatory incentives to be able to get the private sector and Chinese actors involved. This could be particularly appealing to Chinese actors because, like in the case of the Brady bonds in the 1990s, all of Chinese finance in the region, as all of you know, are in long-term bank loans. So if those bank loans were converted to bonds with a haircut, perhaps with KPI links for climate and development and disaster clauses, that this could help not only the countries in the region, but the China Export-Import Bank and the China Development Bank, et cetera. They could then have these bonds that could be traded on secondary markets and help alleviate their own balance sheets as well. We have a broader proposal on that, but let me just say that even if we did the levels of debt relief that we had under HIPC for the African region, they still would leave huge amounts of resource mobilization that would be needed. On the far left here, 269 billion is what the net present value of sub-Saharan African external debt is. If you added what their climate investment needs, and this comes from the Songwei Stern report, what their climate investment needs would be until now in 2030, plus their other SDG needs, and then you took off the historical level of haircuts that most countries got, around 38%. But if you also added everything that folks got from HIPC, there'd still be a remaining $376 billion worth of resource mobilization that would be needed in between now and 2030 to be able to meet these needs. So even for the countries that need debt relief, it's no panacea. It's got to be part of this larger international effort that I outlined, but also some of the kinds of reforms that only African countries can discover and execute themselves, like Durkan mentioned before. These are some of the references that I have in in our paper. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Gallagher, for this excellent presentation. We'll move to the discussion by Professor John Asafu-Ajayi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So I'd like to thank AERC for giving me the chance to discuss this paper. I think Kevin and his colleagues have done an excellent job of painting Sub-Saharan Africa's debt and debt service picture vis-a-vis its climate and development financing needs between now and 2030. I completely agree with their conclusion that without innovative forms of liquidity and financing, including debt relief, Sub-Saharan Africa will not be able to meet its development and climate financing needs. Africa contributes less than 4% of global carbon emissions, and it's the region that will be most affected by climate change. But at the moment, Africa receives less climate finance than Asia and Latin America. I therefore completely agree with their statement that this climate injustice needs to be rectified. I think the authors somewhat underestimate the climate financing needs, because I've got figures from the African NDC Hub, and they are estimating that adaptation will require up to $407 billion USD, mitigation about $715 billion, and if you add on loss and damage of about $441 billion, we are talking about around $1.6 trillion by 2030. Current flows to Africa, they are around $30 billion, and none of the money that was promised at past COPs have actually eventualized. And if this trajectory continues, there's going to be a shortfall of $1.1 trillion, which we must find from somewhere. So I think it's a big relief that COP27 finally agreed to establish the Loss and Damage Fund, which countries have been asking for more than 30 years. African countries currently spend an average of around 5% of their GDPs to address climate-induced natural disasters. And as we've heard, most of them are struggling with debt repayment issues. So I think it's very important that the structures are quickly put in place to start disbursement from the fund. So given the little time that I have, I would like to respond to two key issues arising from the paper. The first one is the need for ambitious action. I agree with the paper's recommendation that new forms of liquidity should come from further issuance of SDRs and from meeting the pledges that the advanced countries have made to put these SDRs into the Resilience and Sustainability Trust and the Poverty Relief and Growth Trust. I would like to add to this, and this is a strong recommendation, that they should give consideration to reallocating some of the SDRs for climate finance. There's also the need to scale up innovative financing instruments, such as green finance, debt for nature swaps, and climate-linked debts. So some of the SDR allocations, for example, could be diverted to climate-linked debt. And I also think that to give African countries more fiscal space, a larger share of the SDR should be in the form of grants rather than turning them into loans. I also feel that the reallocations could be used to fund projects which have been mentioned. So projects such as the Green Finance Fund proposed by AFDB and the Ripple Fund proposed by UNETA. So in terms of plugging Africa's climate finance gap, I feel that there should be more blended finance, particularly from the private sector, which has been limited so far. And also international climate finance institutions, such as the Global Climate Fund, which is the biggest, should also consider the use of more blended finance instruments. The second point I'd like to make relates to African countries' ability to respond to external shocks. I agree that African countries have been susceptible to multiple external shocks, which they have little control over. Examples being COVID, and of course now we have the Russian and Ukraine war. But I would like to add that African countries have become more and more vulnerable because they have not taken measures to build resilience. For example, many countries have failed to diversify their economies, and they remain dependent on exports of primary commodities, and so are vulnerable to commodity price swings. In the good times when commodity prices shoot up, they fail to build fiscal buffers, which could tie them by on a rainy day. Research that we've recently done here at ASSET shows that African economies that are highly transformed tend to suffer lower losses in growth when hit by global exogenous shocks compared to those that are low transformers. So in the medium to long term, countries need to accelerate economic transformation to be more resilient to negative shocks. I mean, growth alone by itself will not do the job. Another issue related to vulnerability to climate and economic shocks is that African countries need to put their houses in order. So if you look at the data, even before COVID hit, growth was already beginning to slow in many African countries. So this reveals the vulnerability of depending on commodities. And it also underlines the need to accelerate transformation to build resilience to negative shock. So I like to use Ghana as my reference point because I'm currently in Ghana and more familiar with Ghana's situation. So as you know, Ghana became a lower middle income country in 2011. And so it was no longer eligible for MDB grants and soft loans. And it started borrowing heavily from the international capital market in a big way after 2016. So for example, between 2017 and 2020, Ghana raised almost $70 billion USD in Eurobonds, which were oversubscribed for several years. But as central banks started raising rates to control inflation, Ghana found its debt service costs rising as the domestic currency started to depreciate rapidly, and also inflation was also shooting up. At the end of 2022, Ghana's debt to GDP ratio was over 100%, and the government was spending as much as 70% of total revenue to service its debt. So in 2022, after suffering several credit downgrades, Ghana was shut out of the international capital markets over concerns that it will not be able to repay its debt. Now, as the government had been resisting calls to go to the IMF, but as things developed, the government was caught between a rock and a hard place and was finally compelled to do so. So as you all probably know, Ghana has now secured the $3 billion IMF financial bailout after the external creditors agreed to restructure its debt. So I'd like to conclude by saying that African countries can create more fiscal space to deal with climate and development challenges, but also plugging revenue leakages. And again, let me use Ghana as an example. I hope I will not be accused of airing Ghana's dirty laundry in public. So the latest Auditor General's report shows that the country loses huge sums of money from financial malpractices, as well as irregularities in public institutions. So, for example, between 2016 and 2020, cumulative losses amounted to 13.3 billion Ghana cedis, which is about 1.2 billion USD, which is not too far from the 3 billion that we are asking for the IMF over 3 years. It's studied by a local think tank called the Integrated Social Development Center, estimated that Ghana loses about $3 billion. So this figure is even higher through tax evasion and through corruption, right? So this issue really needs to be addressed, and I'm sure that many African countries are in this kind of situation. So going forward, I think there's a need to send a strong signal of zero tolerance for corruption, and there's a need to aggressively go after individuals and agencies who default, as South Africa and other countries are now doing. And I also like to add that to create more fiscal space for climate resilient development, there needs to be rapid progress on reform of the NDBs, which was announced at COP27. So currently, Africa receives less than 4% of global climate finance. And so this disparity needs to be rectified. And I think it's very important for the African voice to be heard, to make sure that these funds actually work well for Africa's benefit. So I'll let you just off here and hand over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Is there any, you can, Professor Gallagher, you can choose one question that you want to answer, to address now, if you want to. If not, we'll wait until the floor session.
No, I want to thank John for those great comments. I think I'll follow up with you. You mentioned a couple of your own new studies that I'm unaware of that will make sure that we get in the final draft of this. If you want me to answer one that's here on the Q&A, is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yes, if you choose to, but if you can always, you can also wait to answer to this question when we move to the floor session.
Okay, I think just to make sure that we don't hog up all the time, I'll circle back during when we have the floor.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. We'll go to the fourth paper by Professor Daniel Bradlow.
Thank you, Chair. Let me share my screen with you. Can everybody see that?
Yes, this is fine.
Great. So thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank Professor Azomahu and AERC for inviting me to make this presentation. It's a great honor and a wonderful opportunity for me, both because of the distinguished nature of this event, but also because it's an example of multidisciplinary cooperation. I should say that I'm a lawyer and not an economist, and so my view on these things is probably a little bit different from most of the economists in this room. But what I want to talk about is African sovereign debt, an overview of the challenges and opportunities that it's presenting. Hang on a sec, why isn't this not? Oh, there we go. Both Dr. Chukwu, Dr. Fofak, and Professor Gallagher gave a lot of data on the current debt situation. So I'm going to go through that part of my presentation fairly quickly. But then I want to talk about some of the challenges for restructuring sovereign debt now. And as we've heard in 2024 and 2025, there's a hump in debt payments. And so the risk of more sovereign debt restructurings being necessary is likely to go up. But then what I want to do and focus on most is on some of the opportunities for creativity and advocacy on sovereign debt and how we might be able to achieve a more optimal outcome. As at this part, I think we can go through fairly quickly. We know there are many countries that are now either in debt distress or at risk of debt distress. We know also that the current efforts, the Debt Service Sustainability Initiative and the Common Framework have not worked effectively. Chad is the only country that's benefited from the Common Framework, and it was an odd case because its major creditor was really Glencore, which of course is not a financial institution. Much of this has been discussed already, the scale of the debt, the size of the debt service, the fact that it's the multilateral creditors, particularly the World Bank, that is really the largest creditor for Africa, with the bondholders being the second most important. One thing to note about China, which I always find interesting, is we talk of China as if China as a whole is one creditor. There are many different Chinese institutions which have been extending credit to African countries. And so really we should disaggregate that and treat it the way we treat the difference between commercial creditors and official creditors in every other country. Just a couple of other points to note. If you look at the countries that have issued sovereign bond or Euro bonds, there are 15 countries, there are 74 bonds outstanding, and they have an average interest rate of 6%, which, as you can see, and this is information from the African Debt Database at the Kiel Institute, is the average interest rate is double that of the multilateral banks and almost 6 times that of official bilateral creditors besides China, which is because we aggregate the Chinese data, looks different from the other official creditors. And this is where I want to spend a bit more time, is that, and as you can hear from the presentations beforehand, the amount of additional funding that Africa needs to deal with climate, the SDGs, the big infrastructure gap that Africa faces is a substantial amount of money. The numbers that I've found, and which was a conservative number, and as You could hear from the previous discussion, it's a large number, no matter how we look at it. But the number I had was about 300 billion a year for the next to 2030. And the source, where can Africa get that money? In the medium to long term, of course, there's a way to reduce the illicit financial flows, which conservatively are about 50 billion a year, but could be significantly higher than that. And that's one possible source. Debt forgiveness is necessary in some countries just because of the extent of the burden on those countries, but it can't be a long-term source, as Kevin Gallagher explained, because there's just not enough to go around. To get more aid, official sources, is going to be a real challenge. And as we see, and I think the G7 meeting this past weekend is evidence of that, is the appetite in the rich countries for giving more money to development in Africa and other low-income countries is very limited. If we had another SDR allocation, and I completely agree with Professor Gallagher on the need for that, it's little reason to think in the short run that would be reallocated on a more generous basis than has happened with the current 650 billion allocation. And so that even though it's necessary, it's hard to see that as a real solution for finding all the additional funding that Africa needs. So the conclusion from that is that any solution we make to the current debt situation must ensure that African countries have sustainable access to private finance. And it's true that the cost of that finance is prohibitive at the moment, but over time, we hope that interest rates will come down and that access will be regained, at least for some countries. And that has to be done because really that's where the bulk of the money is. As you can see from the global bond markets, total about $133 trillion. And so the money in principle is there. Of course, accessing it is very complicated. There's room for innovation. We know there've been debt for nature swaps in many countries. There've been use of proceeds bonds in a number of countries like Seychelles and Benin. Some countries have used diaspora bonds effectively. They haven't been used effectively in Africa, but there's no reason in principle that they couldn't be. Countries like Chile have used performance-linked bonds. And one of the benefits of these mechanisms is that they tend to access different parts of financial markets from standard Euro bonds. And so they might be more flexible and easier to access, though they're not without their challenges. But just as a reminder to us that there is ways of innovatively entering financial markets. The challenge, which I think is important to keep in mind about sovereign debt restructurings now, has been talked about so far, is that the number of creditors that are involved now is substantially more than at the time of HIPC. And it's much more complicated environment than it used to be. Not only are there more creditors, more bondholders, more banks, both international and domestic, a broader range of Paris Club and non-Paris Club creditors. The bondholders, to remember, each bond issue has many different creditors. And it's true that there have been introductions of collective action clauses to try and make it possible to aggregate bonds and to force an agreement on the bonds, on the bondholders. But that can be difficult, and the clauses tend to be variable between the different bonds, and so it can be complicated. The other thing to keep in mind is there are other potential legal claimants. And in a sense, the example of Chad with Glencore is one example of that. Resource-backed loans can often introduce different claimants who are not technically creditors, but might have a legal claim, even a legal judgment that allows them to collect a payment outside the debt restructuring process, but that reduces and influence the amount of foreign exchange that's available to satisfy the payments, and complicates the issue. In some countries, and this so far fortunately hasn't been an issue in Africa, but it certainly could become one, is there have been some large arbitral awards against states where the judgments that can easily be enforced and that complicate, which, for example, in the case of Argentina, there's an outstanding judgment of $8 billion, which clearly is going to complicate any sovereign debt renegotiation. Similarly, in some countries, suppliers can get judgments if they're not paid that can then complicate it. And there can be domestic claimants who also have claims on either on the foreign exchange, or they have legal claims on the government, which are not debt claims, but they're legal claims that can also complicate the situation. So the ability to bring creditors together and to coordinate them has become much, much harder than it used to be. And one of the things to see out of that, it is also begins to blur the boundaries, the perimeter around which the sovereign debt restructuring takes place, because all these other claimants have bring in issues which might not be those that would have been limited or would have been discussed purely in a sovereign debt renegotiation. Second thing to keep in mind is over time, there have been many international standards that have been introduced that are applicable to sovereign debt restructurings. They're not legally binding, but often the lenders to sovereign borrowers have signed on to these. For example, the Institute for International Finance Principles on Sovereign Debt Restructuring, their UNCTAD Principles on Responsible Borrowing and Lending, their Principles on Responsible Corporate Conduct through the OECD, through the UN. There are many of these principles, well over 20 of them. And what's interesting about them is many of the banks and asset management companies that are the bondholders for African sovereign borrowers have policies on their websites which make clear that they actually have signed up and support these principles, but they never actually apply them in a sovereign debt restructuring. And there's good reason to ask why. So some of the other challenges that are worth keeping in mind is, one is there's no generally accepted forum for the process. If we were talking about a corporate bankruptcy, there would be a legal process with a court that can enforce the process on everyone, that would bring all the different claimants together and work out some sort of solution based on a legal structure with sets of priorities that would balance this out. That doesn't exist in the sovereign context, which means that the entire process is voluntary. In the 1980s, when this happened, the IMF, in a sense, acted as an enforcer, bringing everybody together and using its financial clout to force everybody to participate in its debt restructuring. They don't have the ability to do that anymore. So there is no way to do that. The Paris Club is not as effective as it used to be because it's not, the Paris Club members are not lending as much, and the many important borrowers who lenders, who are not part of that. So that's one thing. We don't have anything except a voluntary process, which is much harder to actually enforce, and where there's a lot of mutual suspicion, and how to balance all of that becomes a very difficult issue. Second thing is the relevance of new issues. As you know, there's a lot of environmental, social, and governance factors being brought into finance now, as well as at the sovereign level. That's opened the scope of what the issues are that could be brought into sovereign debt renegotiations. There's now issues about corruption, human rights, a broad transparency, a broad range of issues. It means, in a sense, if you recall, in the 1980s, when President Nyerere said, do we need to starve our children in order to pay our creditors? And all the creditors treated that as a very naive question. And within the context of sovereign debt restructuring in the 1980s, it was, in a sense, a naive point to make, but it was a very profound point to make from a policy and a political point of view. Now it's becoming a much more relevant question, even within a financial context, because of all these new issues that are coming in. Secondly, the global governance arrangements are in transition. Kevin Gallagher referred to how the MDBs are changing, but as we know, in cases of Zambia, for example, the Chinese have raised the question of why is the preferred status of the World Bank being so respected that it's not being asked to contribute in some way to the debt restructuring. That raises very difficult questions, because without the preferred status, will the World Bank be able to give the kind of financing that's needed? But that's an important issue. The role of the IMF's debt sustainability analysis is also being questioned. As Kevin said, there's questions about how do you incorporate environmental issues into that. There are questions of transparency, who gets to see what are the assumptions underlying the DSA, questions about, in some cases at least, about is the IMF really a disinterested party? Can it really give an objective DSA, or is it really a creditor trying to protect its position? And in this regard, it's important to recognize that the IMF is taking on a range of new issues. The managing director of the IMF and its general counsel recently published an article talking about evolving functions within a constant mandate, where they talked about how, because of their macroeconomic functions, they're taking on a whole new range of issues, from climate, inequality, gender, corruption, etc. So the question is, how do we deal with all this? Is there any opportunities here? And I would say there's space for a new approach. We need a new conceptual framework that everybody can agree on and that can set a framework in which negotiations and discussions should take place. And in that, we should take the international standards that exist and should be applied. In this sense, we should call the lenders and the investors bluff and say, you've said you support these standards in your policies on your websites. Now we're asking you to live up to what you said and to actually take them seriously. Secondly, everybody agrees on the need for more transparency. There needs to be more transparency on the debtor side to build creditor confidence, so everyone can understand that when the debtor gives an agreement, or when the debtor and the creditor
you
reach
have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. When they reach an agreement that the money will not just go to support other creditors, but will actually be for genuine debt relief. It's needed for public confidence and to promote more accountable approaches to debt management. And we need something where all the stakeholders can be involved. So I want to propose a new set of principles that can be used to shape this conceptual framework. They're called the DOVE Fund principles from a project I'm doing, and DOVE stands for the Debts of Vulnerable Economies. There are 8 principles, and I'll go through them very quickly so they're within that 5 minutes. Principle 1 is a set of guiding norms. So that these are that there should be credibility, so that all parties have confidence that everyone's participating in this with the goal of reaching an outcome. Secondly, there's responsibility that the outcome is taking into account all the issues, including all the environmental and social issues, that there's good faith, so the clear intent to reach an agreement that respects the rights, obligations, and responsibilities of all the negotiating parties, that it's inclusive, so all creditors participate, and all the parties affected by it have access to the information they need to understand how this will affect them. It needs to be effective, so you're reaching a timely and efficient agreement, and that the payments that are required do not unduly burden the debtor and do not undermine the sustainable development process of progressively realizing the rights of the residents of that country. And finally, it should be an optimal outcome, the best possible mix of economic, financial, environmental, social, human rights benefits for all the negotiating parties. Principle 2 is there should be transparency by all the negotiating parties, so everybody gets the information they need to make informed decisions. Principle 3 is there should be due diligence, so that the sovereign debtor and its creditors should each undertake appropriate due diligence before this concluding an agreement, so they understand what the agreement actually means and what its impacts will be. Principle 4 is an optimal outcome assessment. So the negotiating parties should be able to explain publicly why they expect the agreement to reach an optimal outcome, as I defined it in the first principle. Principle 5 is there should be monitoring. So the restructuring process should include mechanisms for monitoring both the financial aspects of the transaction, but also the environmental and social impacts. Principle 6 is it should be intercreditor comparability, so that all the creditors participating know that they're making a comparable contribution to the restructuring of the agreement. Principle 7 is there should be fair burden sharing, so that the optimal outcome means that the burden of the restructuring is shared fairly between all the negotiating parties, and does not pose any undue costs on any of the affected parties to the transaction. And finally, Principle 8 is, because of the need for financing from financial markets, is that to the greatest extent possible, the agreement should be designed to facilitate future market access for the borrower, at least as quickly as possible. These are very broad principles. They're principles that both debtors and creditors can advocate for and support, and they create a framework that would make negotiations much easier than and feasible than they are at the moment. And thank you, Chair. With that, I'm going to stop.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brownlow, for this presentation. So we'll move to the discussion by Dr. Christian Ebeke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So let me upload my short presentation. Okay. So let me discuss this really interesting paper, that touches on some of the practical issues in order to maybe move a little bit forward with, debt restructuring in Africa. So the presentation that I'm going to deliver today is a discussion of the paper, but also some of the ideas that Professor Bradlow basically put together. So I will basically organize my thought around three main issues. One is that I will just remind again the audience that there is a worrisome trend in debt in Africa. We are not yet in a full-fledged debt crisis on the continent, but the trend, as other speakers have mentioned, the trend is kind of worrisome. And then based on the presentation and the very nice paper that I have the honor to discuss, I will then organize my thoughts around the issue of risk sharing versus risk reduction on the continent, but also maybe a proposal for a way forward with a more focus on growth. Again, these are the themes that a lot of previous speakers already mentioned. So what is the trend that we see? I think we saw today a lot of interesting data on how liquidity or maybe solvency indicators on African debt are moving. So I'm just showing here just a simple chart. This is the debt service of public and guaranteed debt on the continent. This is sovereign debt. It's a liquidity indicator. We focus on the debt service as a percent of exports of goods, services, and primary income. So the main message from the red line that you see is clearly that debt and debt service is really rising in Africa. And the trend since the global financial crisis is really upward. And this is, for example, very different compared to what you see in other regions. Usually, frontier economies in Africa try to compare themselves or aspire to be like some of the tigers in South Asia. So you can clearly see that the trending on the continent is a little bit different than what we can see in other emerging markets. So what are the main explanations of this? I would just briefly mention market failures. So these countries have tapped international bond market, Euro bond markets. The issue is that Africans' bonds on Euro bond markets are not very liquid. There is no mature repo market that is available. And what Dr. Fofak has discussed in a few years now is what we all call the perception premium. So this extra premium on African bonds that is there for no reason when you even compare with fundamentals with other countries in the world. And then there are policy failures, governance, what I call iatrogenic volatility, the fiscal procyclicality in some of our countries, fiscal voracity as well, social instability, and the issue of policy failure is clearly the lack of coordination, and debt restructuring are more complicated. So this is the backdrop. I think we all agree on that. So what is the paper then proposing, the paper that I'm going to discuss? Is proposing the Dole Fund. And the way I'm reading this, again, I will defer to Professor Bradlow on this, but the way I understand this is like the Dole Fund acts more like acts like a lender of last resort in restructuring, right? So this is a fund that is supposed to buy sovereign papers, including when the country is facing debt distress or the risk is very high. So it's almost like a lender of last resort in restructuring. And I also see that the DOE fund acting more like a sovereign bond-backed securities. So the famous SBBS that you maybe heard about in the proposal for European architecture. So what are SBBS? So these are basically, buyback of national debt by an entity. This could be the DOE fund, it could be a private entity. And then the issuance is done of junior and senior bond tranches, right? So these SBBS consists of buying national debt, national paper, and then at the same time, this entity can issue tranching instruments with junior and senior tranches. The problem with this type of instruments is that, defining what will be the proper tranching, right? Because this will matter in restructuring. The degree of the level of the junior and senior tranches that you should allow on the liability side of this DOE fund will matter a lot. If you have a lot of senior tranches, restructuring will be difficult, but if you have a lot of junior tranches, restructuring may be easier, but then the cost in order for you to issue these junior tranches will be high because of the inherent risk associated with that. So this is one issue that usually people have when they discuss this type of tranching instruments. The second issue, it will be the procyclicality of the funding of the DOE fund, right? So you have this DOE fund, but how can you really buy sovereign papers in distress when, for example, there is a global liquidity crunch, for example, tightening of monetary policy in advanced countries? So how will you be able to find the liquidity in order to undertake operations? So this is a key issue. And then obviously the issue of governance structure. How will the fund operate? Is it a full guarantee of states? Is it joint and several guarantees? So these are issues that in practice, somebody will have to take a close look at when designing such an interesting instrument. The issue of Africa debt is also, as I mentioned, could be risk sharing or risk reduction, but could also be a risk sharing and a risk reduction. So there is also this perception that debt treatments are often associated with moral hazard. So critics of debt restructuring always say that countries are basically becoming less and less willing to do the reform because they can, ex ante endogenous that they can be bailed out, right? So this is what the critics say. The key issue is therefore how to enforce policies durably, right? Post restructuring. So after the debt distress, the debt relief is provided, how to make growth really the main lever going forward. So here I just want to ask Professor Bradlow again. This was an interesting proposal by Olivier Blanchard and Paolo Moro about this issue of green index bonds in normal times. So these are bonds where you can allow for decreasing debt service payments when growth is slow. So these bonds are a little bit like counter-cyclical. So the payments will be reduced because of exogenous forces that lower growth. So this will lessen the risk of debt explosion. But the challenge here is really the bond return volatility and the procyclicality. So again, an interesting proposal. Maybe this DOE fund can start issuing this growth index bond. But again, this is just a question that I'm throwing at Professor Bradlow. And one last question that I have is also the DOE fund and the proximity with the recent initiative, which is a liquidity and sustainability facility by the UN and in collaboration with Africa Exim Bank. So what could be the synergy foreseen here? Maybe the liquidity and sustainability facility is something addressing more liquidity pressure.
You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. While the DOE fund is focusing more on solvency issues. Again, these are just two questions that I'm throwing out there for the sake of improving the reflection. So, and the final point I want to make in the last minute I have is the issue of domestic debt. In a lot of countries, domestic debt has increased significantly. Recently, this could be seen as one of the critical demand by some of the creditor to see domestic debt restructuring first before they can even consider external debt restructuring. So my point is that domestic debt should not be weaponized. But again, how the DOE fund proposal that we heard today will interact with domestic debt? Should the DOE fund go beyond just external bond backs and also explore equity participation, for example, in sub-Saharan African state-owned enterprises? Basically, how much domestic debt overall should be factored in the proposal that we heard today about the DOE fund. So this concludes my discussion of the paper. Again, it was a very, very interesting paper with a very nice idea. But again, all the nice ideas always come with some questions, and those are the few ones that I just presented today for discussion. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ibeke for the discussion, and we'll move to a floor session. So just to give you some perspective here, it's now almost 6:10 in Nairobi. The second session should have started about 3 or 5 minutes ago. So we are running late on time. For this reason, I will open up the floor and leave it to the presenter. Pick up any 2 questions that you receive that you will want to respond to, and keep it brief. Each of you will have 5 minutes. If you choose to, but you don't have to use all the 5 minutes. Okay, so I will start with the first presenter, Dr. Chuchu.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, just to thank colleagues for peppering us with. There are several questions. Some of them, bordering on operational issues with the IMF, the World Bank. Some are bordering on the paper. But let me pick on maybe just 2 of them to save on time. So there's an interesting question from Professor Akmane, who is a much more senior colleague, and so the question is it not the case that we are putting too much emphasis on solvency indicators? For example, we are often talking about the debt to GDP ratio, the debt to export ratios, whereas debt is paid back from revenue and not from the solvency. And I think I agree with him that yes, it seems like there's more emphasis on the solvency indicators, which don't exactly tell. They're not good indicators. They're not very sharp indicators of telling when a crisis is in the horizon. I think there's one reason for that. First, the stock indicators are much more, there's a convenience reason. They're much more easier to collect, you have much more dependable data. But these days, there's been improvements on the revenue side, on debt service. Most of the information that the interest rate, the terms of the loans are opaque for several kinds of loans in low-income countries, especially with the new kinds of creditors we have. But the late DSF review is on the way now, and I think this kind of feedback has been received by the management of both institutions, and it's part of the review process that is going on. So I expect that the debt sustainability assessments that we will see in the near future would incorporate some of these climate aspects, put more emphasis on the liquidity risk, especially coming from domestic debt, rollover risk, and those kind of limitations we've noticed on the late DSF. There are a couple of other questions, country specific on Somalia, which is still one of the residual countries going through the HIPIC initiative. So the idea is we don't want to have this cycle every silver jubilee. The HIPIC initiative was around 27 years now, 26, 20. So every 25 years, you come to ask for another debt relief cycle. So we don't want to keep celebrating silver jubilees of debt relief cycles with another ask. And as one of my colleagues said, there's low appetite because of donor fatigue and all the competing demands for development financing, concessional development financing to finance another debt relief. So I like the way Professor put it. He said, policymakers should think about a do-it-yourself model. Try to escape this debt trap through structural policies, especially the kind that Stefan talks very, highlight with several examples in his book. Let me stop at that, but I'm happy to follow up bilaterally. I can attempt to respond to several of the questions we see in the Q&A section. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chukwu. So that's really great. So as he said, feel free to follow up with him if you have more questions. So it's I think AERC can provide the attendees with the presenter emails contact. Now we move to the excuse me, to the second paper by Professor Deckham. So if you
Yes, hi.
Yeah, good.
Well, thank you. I've tried already to answer most of the comments that were put in the chat by writing something. It's always easier. Let me be very brief here. Maybe to first come back to some of the comments that Professor Settlemont-de-Gore was making. Quite a few of these comments are about, how do we actually model objectives of a government and how we think about it, and he referred to a part of the paper that I didn't spend too much time in discussing today, but also reflected in the book. It's this whole idea, how do we think about the objective of those in power? Will it serve sometimes certain people, other groups, and whatever? For me, my main response is to look, and there's a bit on the empirics of it, and I've written elsewhere in the book a bit more about whatever the evidence is, but I think we just should take it more into account when we are, as technical economists, to actually think a bit more about what drives those who have power and what it then means. There's of course a very active field of political economy and so on, but it tends to be very abstract. It tends to be a field where, now I can model something else of a complexity of a democratic or non-democratic system, or something about the natural resource curves or something. While actually I do think it's worthwhile to build up a more empirical area that thinks about, what is it that those who have power actually are trying to achieve? And what does it mean for economic policy making? And that's then the second point, maybe. What does it mean for economic policy making? There were some questions there, also in the chat. It is worth, and I will repeat simply, it is worth to think carefully about, what drives those in power, and what does it mean when we do research that wants to have policy implications. Now, I'm a very big supporter of not trying to have policy implications with all our research, because sometimes we need to illuminate something and we want to bring out, and we should not just all the time push it. It must have policy implications, because we may want to illuminate what it means in certain contexts, certain circumstances, and so on. It doesn't always have to be the policy side. Having said that, if we want to be impactful, we better understand who we're dealing with, who needs to implement, and what do they need to do. And so the whole idea of the pure abstraction of, we can be as economists totally away from what it is. Yes, if we do research, yes, if we want to be impactful, we better also think about, who are we dealing with, who are we trying to influence, and what drives them. And that's then maybe a final point. There was then a question there, is that, on the one hand, those people who advise governments often, well, of course, where do they come from? And I think Settlemont-de-Gore also had that point. Where do the advisors come from? Who is in the loop, who is not? Of course, that's also true. But if we are then truly people that maybe want to stand outside and generally want to promote, say, economic growth or economic stability, or both, or the trade-off between, as one question was asking, but if we want to be in that space, just think carefully about it. We're not we are unlikely to be in a situation in any country in the world where the economist can just be, that wants to be influential, can just be purely technocratic. Maybe an independent central bank leads a little bit to it, but even independent central banks gets their heads of the independent central bank usually appointed by the politicians and so on. So we're still there. So I would still appeal to it is to actually, let's do the economics carefully as we can, do the research as carefully as we can. But if we want to work on the policy side, even in tricky situations, we'll probably be more impactful and influential if we think also a bit about the politics of what we propose. And I'll leave it there, and so much more to be said. People can be in touch. I'll put my email also in the chat for anyone to see. Please do in touch, and I'm happy to talk more and give more answers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Stefan, for following up on some of these points. And now we'll move to Professor Gallagher. So there are a few questions from your discussants. You feel free to address them, or any other question that you like to answer from the chat, for example. Is Professor Gallagher still on? If not, we'll move to Professor Bradlow. If Professor Gallagher comes back, he will still be able to respond. Okay. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I also, if people have questions, I can just say to the AERC, please feel free to share my slides, which has my email address with people, so they can see the Dove Fund principles. I want to thank Dr. Becker for some interesting questions and some thought-provoking questions. But since I didn't talk in the presentation so much about the Dove Fund, the idea of the Dove Fund is to create a fund that would be active in the secondary market. So it wouldn't be buying new debt. It would be buying the existing debt, and so becoming a creditor of a country. So for example, in Zambia, which has 3 outstanding Eurobonds, that it would buy ideally enough of the Eurobond, of one of those Eurobonds, that it would have a blocking vote on any restructuring deal. And the idea would be that it would be a fund that would, in a sense, if I can put it as an advocate, it would be there to disrupt the creditors, to say to the bondholders, you really have to think much more creatively and much more richly about what you're doing in this restructuring than you do historically. And that's why I was stressing the point about the international standards. So to say you sign up to all these standards, you express explicit support for these standards, including things like the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but how do you apply them in the debt restructuring? And if we're going to vote for whatever restructuring agreement is reached, it needs to at least show how it's complying with these standards, so that it can we can move to a more creative, a more innovative way that incorporates all these new issues, the climate issue. And it's important to remember, climate is not just about carbon emissions. It's about all the social and environmental consequences that follow from the fact that we have to move to a zero carbon economy over time. So in that sense, to answer the second question about the Liquidity and Sustainability Fund, in a sense, the Dove Fund could be a complement to that, because the LSF is issuing new debt. And this would, sorry for that. I thought I'd put it on silent. It would, oh God. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Good. So the LSF is issuing new debt and creating new debt markets. And so the Dove Fund would be, there's a complement to that in the case of countries that reached debt distress. And then it could step in and say, here we need to work out a way to deal with these issues of sustainability, of inequality, of good governance, and how do we incorporate that into the restructuring so that we come out at the other side in a better place than we did now, but in a realistic way. The question that Dr. Becker asked about the domestic debt is a very important one. I mean, it's been used in some countries like Ghana as a very important issue. I must be honest, when I started thinking about the Dove Fund, I was focused on the Eurobond debt and not on the domestic debt. And I think that's something that I will need to look at in much more detail to give you a really good answer on that. And with that, I'm going to stop. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is Professor Gallagher back? No. So if with this we'll conclude. I should say that I'm not a macro person, but I learn a lot, and I thank AERC for having made me part of this session, and I thank the presenter, the discussant, and all the attendees. I will give the floor back to Professor Azumahu if you'd like to say a few words before we all conclude.
Thank you, Aruna, for giving back the floor. And I would like to thank you for chairing this this plenary. The first part of this plenary, we still have the panel session, and also wanted to thank all the presenters for their really, I would say, illuminating, view on the topic that we address today, and on multiple shock and economic recovery for African economies. And also just wanted to tell to Stefan that I completely concur with him that not all research papers should have a policy recommendation. I completely agree on this. And there are already some papers in economics that never, devote a session on policy recommendation. At the same time, we can also have full papers, completely devoted to policy analysis. And there are even some specialized journals who publish this kind of research, policy analysis, serious journals. So thank you for that. Thank you for all for your commitment, for making this the first part of this this plenary very lively. And now we will move to the panel session. Do we have a break before that? I think so. But anyway, thank you so much for this. And Aruna, back to you to close this session.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And this session is now closed.
Scholar, can you inform about, do we have a break now?
Yes, we have a health break of about.
We can't hear you well, please. Get close to the mic.
We have a health break of 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then we resume. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
6:30, 18:30 plus GMT plus 3.
Okay, in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We're going to the second session. The chair of the session is Dr. Hippolyte.
Hello. Hello.
Dr. Fofa,
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
you can take the session now.
Should we start?
Yes.
Do we have all distinguished panelists?
Yes, they are all in the room.
Excellent. Could you let them in gently, please?
All of them are in. We have Pramila Krishnan.
Yes. I wanted to
Selma
ask them
Kareye.
a quick questions. I know we received some prepared questions, but I noticed that out of the 4 papers that we had, 3 were on debt, which is quite skewed distributions. So I wanted us to open our session with your reflections on Africa debt. Is that something we could do as a starting point? Madam Pramila, could we do that, Professor Pramila?
You know, I think we've said quite a lot about it. I think if you don't mind, I'd rather do something slightly more general, if that's
Yes.
okay. I'm also not at all an expert on debt, so it would be tricky for me to say something intelligent.
Okay. What about other participants, other panelists?
Thank you. This is Paul. Happy to say a few words on it.
Okay, very good. Excellent. And so should we start now or we still have time?
I was just wondering, good afternoon, Chair.
Yes, good afternoon.
Since the debt discussion was kind of quite extensive and quite, I mean, in terms of the time that we've taken, and given the time, I'm not sure how much more time you want us to spend on the debt.
I wanted us to spend maximum 5 minutes, 5, 6 minutes.
I just want to...
Because my view is that, the overall theme of this biennial is actually recovery agenda from multiple shocks. And tilting it heavily toward debt actually taken us away from that recovery agenda. And that may be the consequence of a failed robust agenda. And if we keep focusing on that, we'll be losing the big picture. And I know we're going to focus on that recovery in this discussion, but I wanted us to really quickly reflect from that angle and reposition the overall objective of these sessions so that when we get to your specific point, we've actually addressed that gap between the overall objective and the paper covered. That was my concern, but I may have a different view.
Just to add, I mean, I think I'll get at it in a sort of at a particular slant on it. I'm not going to get at the actual technicalities of debt and how we deal with that, because I think quite a lot's been done and said over the course of the afternoon. So,
okay. We had Dr. Abdel-Latif who wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, I would like to add that I'm happy to offer some insights from our IMF latest report on the big funding squeeze, which cover different policy priorities for the region, and also offer some overview of the debt problem and how we see it at the IMF.
Excellent. So why don't we, if that is okay, perhaps we should start. And who is actually guiding us?
You are the one guiding everyone. Eh?
Okay, so I'm sorry. Is it being recorded? This discussion, is it private or public? This discussion we're having now.
It is public. Everything is public and recorded.
Okay, very good. I think. Okay, in that case, maybe we should start, and let me give the floor to Dr. Abdel-Latif to share his perspective on the duality between the overemphasis on debt and the need for us to have an agenda that will actually drive growth, since the best way to address that sustainability challenge is through growth. And your own IMF research, which actually published in April last month, shows that debt restructuring has not really helped improve debt to GDP ratio. That what matter most are what they call to have positive demand shocks. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to join this distinguished panelist. Yeah, as you mentioned, this is part of our regional outlook, economic outlook for Sub-Saharan Africa, which came recently in April. And what the report itself is titled "The Big Funding Squeeze," which actually is in line with what colleagues have highlighted in the previous session. So what we see is that Sub-Saharan Africa is facing a funding squeeze, which is manifested in three main issues: increasing borrowing costs in domestic and international markets. We've seen that sovereign spreads have doubled since 2021. Two, since spring 2022, frontier markets in Sub-Saharan Africa have been unable to access financial markets, making it harder to raise funds. The third point, or the third issue, is that the US dollar effective exchange rate hit a 20-year high last year, making it more expensive to service loans that are in dollars. And this funding squeeze is primarily caused by two global factors and also add to three existing trends. So these two global factors include rising global inflation due to higher commodity prices and supply chain disruptions, which has led to rapid tightening of global monetary policy. The second global factor is higher uncertainty, which has led to risk repricing, affecting Sub-Saharan African countries more due to their low credit ratings. And this will take me to how this funding squeeze add to the three existing trends that already tightening financing conditions. One, we've seen that SSA countries, Sub-Saharan African countries, have increasingly relied on market finance like Eurobonds and domestic borrowing, which made up about 3/4 of their total debt. And we know that these are more expensive compared to official aid. The second trend that again highlight the already tightening financial condition is aid budgets have been falling over the past 2 decades as a percent of GDP. The third trend, which is the official loans from China, have also been falling. So we see that the funding squeeze is likely to persist in the coming years due to geopolitical tension, which may reduce aid flows, China's more cautious approach in Sub-Saharan Africa, and high global inflation could keep interest rates high for longer. And if there is a continuing shift toward market financing, especially domestic markets, again, they will make the funding squeeze likely to persist over the next year. And I think one important point that raised also in the previous session, which is the need for climate finance. So how do we see the effect of this funding squeeze on the short term and the medium term, and what type of policy priorities that the region policymakers need to focus on? So let me first briefly just look at the effect of this funding squeeze, how it affects the region. So the lack of funds is hitting a region that's already struggling with high inflation, which has doubled since the pandemic to 10%. High inflation is eating into household income, and it hurt the poor the most. We estimate that 132 million people were severely food insecure in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2022. So the funding squeeze basically is making it hard for countries to meet social needs and deal with the cost of living crisis. So that's the first effect. The second effect we see is that the funding squeeze has interrupted economic recovery in Sub-Saharan Africa. We project growth to fall to 3.6% in 2023, marking a slowdown for the second consecutive year. Of course, this masks a lot of heterogeneity within the region, which is covered in detail in the report, and I'm happy to offer any reflection if needed. The third effect is the funding squeeze is making the SSA debt problem worse. In the past decade, the region's debt has almost doubled, going from 30%
to nearly 60% of GDP. So if countries are paying higher and higher interest rate, they may struggle to repay their debt, which means low capacity to borrow, which is mainly a liquidity issue that is covered as highlighted by many colleagues in the previous session, could lead to low capacity to repay in the future for some countries, which could turn to solvency issue. So let me just move to the last effect that we highlight in the report, which basically the funding squeeze could also impact the longer term economic outlook. It forces countries to reduce resources for critical development sectors like health, education, and infrastructure, and therefore weaken the region's growth potential. So moving to the key policy priorities that we highlight in our report, we highlight policy priorities related to fiscal, monetary, exchange rate, and also structural reform. So let me start with the first point. So the first point and the most important one,
to be briefed, if you can.
Yes, definitely. So first, reduce debt vulnerability. 19 out of the 35 low-income countries in the IMF debt sustainability analysis were either in debt distress or a high risk of debt distress in 2022. So that means most countries with elevated debt vulnerabilities need to consolidate their public finances to preserve fiscal sustainability. The second point is that these countries need to adapt to tighter financing environment through many things they could do. So basically managing fiscal risks will be critical to improve fiscal sustainability by avoiding excessive off-budget spending, reducing guarantees and contingent liabilities, and preventing the accumulation of arrears. Also, boosting domestic revenue mobilization is key for countries to fund development and attract financing. A well-functioning debt resolution framework, which also has been highlighted by many colleagues in the first session. So let me move to the monetary policy then. So this is on the fiscal side. So on the monetary policy side, as of early 2023, inflation has begun to fall in about half of SSA countries, while it remained rising or volatile in the rest. And we've seen that central banks in SSA have raised policy rates since 2021. But then we advise that policymakers should adjust the pace of monetary policy tightening based on inflation level and trajectory. So in countries where inflation is still high or accelerating, then authorities should decisively increase policy rate to avoid de-anchoring inflation expectations and second round effect. In countries where inflation seems to be peaking but remain high, cautious monetary policy is necessary until inflation is clearly decreasing and is projected to return the central bank target range. So moving to the exchange rate, the third policy priority, last year, SSA experienced major exchange rate pressures due to global changes, including increased US interest rate and changes in terms of trade. So our general advice is that countries should let their exchange rate adjust or work as a shock absorber, but to soften potential negative effect on the economy, policymakers can, one, where inflation is heightened due to exchange rate pass-through, then tighter monetary policy could help anchor inflation expectation. Two, if where fiscal imbalances are driving the exchange rate pressure, then fiscal consolidation can help control external imbalances. The last policy priority we highlight is the structural reforms needed. So we highlight that structural reforms are more important than ever to alleviate government financing constraints and generate new resources. We need better mobilizing domestic resources that include both taxes and also deepening domestic financial markets, continuing to diversify the economic structure, especially for commodity producers, since the lack of diversification can aggravate the policy tightening, also attracting new forms of international finance, including climate and private financing. And finally, creating a business-friendly environment to develop the private sector. And the last point we highlight is the climate financing, which I will skip this at the point, given that it has been covered also during the first session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that nice overview. And I think very much appreciated, very helpful. I'd like now to go back to the big picture. This is about reflection here. And I'd like to invite Professor Krishnan to actually share her reflections on the recovery agenda that we need for the continent going back to the point that you made about the challenge of actually raising domestic revenue, how do you see the recovery agenda for the African continent under that constraining environment? Mr. Krishna, I have the floor, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Excellent. So let me start by quickly thanking the AERC's research department and Theo Field for putting this together. This is obviously a question of the moment, and the discussion so far, I think, have been very clear. The technocratic solutions proposed are all very sensible. And frankly, let me just say that, you know, given the expertise in the room, I don't really want to go over those sorts of points. I want to take a slightly different slant. We were also sent a couple of questions to address in the broad. And one of those questions was about, what about help from outside? I mean, given debt, given the very difficult situation that African countries find themselves in, to be fair, through no fault of their own, it all feels deeply unfair. How does the environment look, if you like, in terms of development partners, in terms of the usual suspects, and being able to raise finance for aid? I'm going to make 3 points about this and then go on to a more general notion about what we might do in parallel with the technocratic solutions. So the 3 things about the finance available for aid. For good reasons, and perhaps also for domestic political reasons, the Americans, with European support, are trying to frame everything in terms of climate. I exaggerate slightly, but I don't think it's too much of an exaggeration. Think of the World Bank as a climate bank. So the first point is, this is a long-term agenda, and pleasant though it might be, it is utterly unhelpful for short-term macro imbalances. The second point I'd like to make is that and these are 2 related points, the multilateral system with the IMF trying to release finance post-COVID and offers to recycle SDRs and so on. Despite all of that, international finance is at a very low level. The IMF is offering Africa finance for stabilization programs, which is far less than they need or can mobilize. This is partly COVID, but to be fair, it's also large amounts released to Ukraine. Let's be clear about that. Related to that, even though official development assistance, according to the OECD, has gone past $200 billion, which is at an all-time high, in practice, many countries, including the UK, but also Germany, France, the Scandinavians, are spending increasing shares of this funding on issues related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, including refugee costs here in Europe. So this is not about funding, leaving Europe for Africa. China, this is my third point, China was generously financing infrastructure, but this has now reached a point where net inflows are 0. And I wouldn't bet on this changing very quickly, right? So the consequence for Africa is that there is much less finance. So that's a moment to say it's going to be a painful adjustment to restore, to stabilize the macroeconomy. The funds are not going to be as generous as before. And this is going to take me to the last set of points I want to make about what do we do now? And here there are 2 points I want to make to emphasize with illustration. The first is it's going to be important for countries to act early to stabilize. That's my first point. And the second is a point that other people have made, and that is the importance of having in your as a target, keeping that welfare net or social protection really wide, because that in turn, if that isn't there, that in turn is going to upset the political apple cart in many, many ways. So let's turn to that for a moment, if I may. So,
sure.
So here's the thing. We have, sorry, where was I? I just want to get back to, yeah. So, we've said there've been all these big shocks. We know these are external shocks, and they've created a perfect storm, and it's absolutely tragic. But it's not the full story. Since 2019, or by 2019, some of the key countries were already in crisis or on the brink of it. Think of Ghana, Ethiopia, Zambia. They were in this category. One wonders whether policymakers were unable to anticipate the risks that they've taken in setting the stage for being unable to deal with what happened, as it were. Of course, these big shocks that came along turned a crisis that might have been handled into a full-blown macro crisis. And there are others that are at risk now. That's Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, potentially. Okay. We've talked very briefly about saying, is this the 1980s all over again? We had the Mexico debt crisis, Reaganomics, Cold War, and it seems to be similar in some ways. But we've heard from Dr. Chukwu and Doug Gollin that this time might not be as bad. We have stronger financial institutions, better governance, more resilience. But it might be useful to look at the lessons from that time again, which include, and this is going to be one of my main points, the political courage to do early adjustment. Ghana was an early reformer in the 1980s, which set it up for fast growth in the 1990s. Not saying that's where it's going now, and I'll come back to that. Ethiopia stabilized its economy a year after emerging from a brutal civil war in 1992. In 1993, the IMF came to set up, to offer a package with very strong conditionalities. They were met by a team from the newly constituted Ethiopian Treasury that simply said to them, thank you for your suggestions. Here's our set of suggestions in order to stabilize our economy. And the IMF was so baffled at receiving something from the other side that they agreed to it. But Tanzania in that period found that hard and lost a decade. So let me turn to today, and I want to compare two countries, not in Africa, but in a very similar situation, Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. I think it's a very useful contrast. Sri Lanka, before COVID, this is before 2019, managed to turn itself from an export-oriented, well-run economy, low to middle income, and managed to transform themselves into a failing economy. They became more inward-looking. They ran extraordinary fiscal deficits. Part of it was raising civil service salaries. Part of it was destroying a really well-constructed welfare program through political capture and allowing it to leak to segments of the population that were better off. This was President Rajapaksa invoking extreme populism. Okay. When COVID hit, they defaulted on all their debt. And it's very, very clear that recovery will be sadly painful and very long. Their governments blamed the outside world for their ills, but they were already there. And even when they've gone to the IMF, they're still suggesting that perhaps it's the external shocks that have created this situation. There's some truth to that, undoubtedly. Again, big shocks are going to exacerbate a bad situation and make it worse. But let's look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh tried very hard to maintain macro stability, but has still needed outside help to do so now. It devised a decent set of stabilization and reform policies and approached the IMF with a package to ask for pre-crisis IMF financing, which they got readily. So the lesson here, very simply, is that early movers get an advantage, even if not actually in crisis. This is exactly what Ethiopia did in '93. What about Ghana? And here I'm just going to give you a quick sort of dirty summary of what's going on. You all know this probably, I'm sure you do. Inflation's hovering at a record 50%, the highest in 21 years. Ghana's defaulted on nearly all of its 28 billion of external debt. But in January 2023, what did they do? They announced that all public sector salaries were going to rise by 30%, and the cost of living allowance was going to be increased by 15%. This is their 17th IMF program. They exited the last one incomplete in 2019. Very simply, at the moment, recent governments in Ghana have a history of massively increasing spending ahead of elections. It's in order to show voters what a good job they're doing, even if they don't always have the money to do that. And that speaks to the macro stabilization problem in the face of political cycles of this kind. Let's take a quick look at Nigeria, because that's always very exciting. Nigeria's fuel subsidy takes about 24% of Nigeria's budget. That was in 22. This is higher than what Nigeria spends on education, health, and welfare put together. She spends 10% on education, 7% on health, 6% on social protection. The idea, they've agreed, the new government's agreed to get rid of their fuel subsidies, but it's likely it's going to be kicked into the long grass. It's not clear that it's actually going to happen. But if they did get rid of it, they have 24% of the budget to play with, to do something about social protection and human capital, education and health. That's the sort of thing that you hope to see. So 2 points really, or 3. First, the external environment is not encouraging. There isn't money out there. There isn't external finance out there in the fashion that we might have wanted to have. The second is that the crisis needs political consensus in the country. That is, what we need is for governments not to be, different parties to be fighting with each other to prove more populist than the next, which then means this endless cycle of potential fiscal deficits. So, and 3, we need them to be early movers to stabilize, which needs consensus again, a political consensus. To summarize, this is not just about technocratic solutions. That simply won't be the answer on its own, lovely those solutions might be. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Professor Krishnan, for that really comprehensive review. But the issue of the difficult political consensus is not specific to Africa, I suppose. I think look at what's happened in the US Congress on the debt ceiling.
Yeah,
it's something that's more general. But I also like the point you made very much in the beginning to look at how geopolitics has actually shifted the aid allocations. It's making it very difficult for those who are not the priority of the West to actually cope in this difficult environment. I think it's very important. It was very courageous of you to actually put your finger on that important problem. I think that's what we expect from Professor Krishnan, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And now I think let's now move to the other shock. You said, Professor Krishnan, that some of these challenges were not driven by Africans. And one can say the sentiment about climate change. I think we are, again, the victims of that global crisis. And let me invite Dr. Selma to actually share her thoughts on really the climate shocks, how it's affecting the regions, and its implications on agricultural output and productivity. You have the floor, please.
Good evening from this side of the world. My name is Selma Karoihe. For those who don't know me, I'm the senior lecturer at the Department of Agricultural Economics in the University of Pretoria. I'm also the acting head of department. First of all, I'd like to thank the AERC and the new executive director, Professor Theo, for the opportunity, and also to congratulate you for being at the helm of this important network that has brought many economists over the years for many interesting discussions. Yeah, I would probably start with some of the questions that I was requested to touch on, and especially looking at what are my thoughts on the expansive climate shocks on the Southern African region. I think the most important thing to highlight at first is that the Southern African region is the most warmer and drier region on the continent, and this is due to its geographical location, and it's more vulnerable to climate shocks given its socio-economic development status and the low economic growth that has hindered a number of African countries in this part of the world. And in fact, the region is predicted to be drier and more warmer, in fact, twice as the global average in the near future. And that means that it's going to exacerbate the problem of food security in the region. In fact, when you look at the World Bank reports on food security, the latest state of food and nutrition in the world, it has showed that, I mean, taking back 2 years during and after COVID, that over 800 million in 2021, and more from Africa. And oh, okay.
We lost you.
Sorry for that. Yeah. So back to the direct shocks of the climate shocks.
Right.
In terms of, and when we look at this region, especially the Southern African region, the erratic rainfalls have led to issues of water sustainability that leads to floods. And that has affected not only the agricultural sector, but also the human settlements. I'm sure the people in the audience would be, I mean, have been following the news where floods have affected not only South Africa, but the other countries. And in South Africa, the region that was affected the most was the KwaZulu-Natal region. The government is still trying to resettle those communities that were affected. But when you think of countries like Mozambique with the cyclones, the recent floods in Malawi, it has really affected a number of communities, and that in itself calls for more protection from government. And the unfortunate part of our governments is that many a times the response to disaster is it comes either too little, too late, and therefore there is a need for countries to actually embark on more climate resilience approaches. The other one is the impact on livestock and pastoral communities. The Southern African region has a significant number of pastoral communities and like livestock farming, and climate shocks as such has a prolonged drought that affects their livelihood. The other indirect effects are more in the form of prices, because I mean, the latest World Bank report 2023 has shown that food inflation has been rising. Despite some decline for cereal, I mean, in general, food prices have gone up, and the most people who are affected are the vulnerable communities who will carry the brunt of those prices. And the recovery from the global pandemic COVID-19 was actually reversed due to the Russia-Ukraine war. As we all know that when it comes to Ukraine, it's a food basket that a number of African countries were relying on for their imports, and that has affected a number of countries. However, when it comes to thinking of the climate shocks, it's important to note that specific impacts of climate shocks on food security can vary across countries and regions within Southern Africa as local factors and vulnerabilities differ. And a number of institutions like the FAO, the World Food Programme, the SADC, that has actually indicated a number of countries that were affected differently. Now, there is a need to build climate resilience. I mean, some countries have already introduced programs like adoption of climate smart technologies. It is important to ensure that those technologies are also conducive to the local environment so that people can, I mean, the local communities, because you'll find that some studies will show how many people have adopted certain technologies, but then over a certain time, those technologies become, they disadopt, I mean, or they no longer. And one typical example, which is a study that I did with my student, you'll find that some of these technologies, for example, a cooking stove, I mean, it will come with one spiral stove that is, of course, environmentally friendly. But when you try to talk to the communal, I mean, the rural communities and telling them that they shouldn't cut the forest to make firewood, it will mean cooking one pot at a time for them to meet a large family of how many. So sometimes some of those technologies are really not talking to the local needs of the communities. And you'll find that preferences also matters. And I had a colleague from Ghana who were carrying out a study on talking to communities, and the joke they made is that fish put on coal tastes far better than put on gas. And I believe the Southerners will say the same about their bread. So there are some specific issues that we also have to take into account when it comes to preferences. So addressing the impacts on climate, and then the other thing that government also needs to do is introducing agricultural insurance, especially weather-based insurance when it comes to small-scale farmers, because these are people who are almost affected, always affected, and they will rely on government when disaster hit. And many a times, government's disaster programs will not be sufficient to cover everybody. And some of the studies that we've also conducted found that even the small-scale farmers who are at the lower end of production, they are willing to pay something in order to adopt, to adopt this kind of insurance. They just need awareness raising, but also some subsidy from government, depending on how much the premium is, so that they can weather the storm of the climate shocks. So what we're saying here is that addressing the impacts of climate shocks on food security requires a combination of adaptation and mitigation strategies. And these include investing in climate resilient agriculture, improving water management and irrigation systems, promoting diversified and sustainable farming practices, and the like. The other issue I wanted to touch on is, why should African governments act now? In fact, when I saw that question, the act now, when you look at the World Development Report of 2010, some of the messages that were put in that report is that countries should act now, they should act urgently, they should act together. So meaning a decade plus is not really recent, and governments should have acted much earlier. And we could argue that Africa is the lowest emitter in terms of global climate change, or contributing to climate change, looking at a range of 2 to 3% of the global emissions. But unfortunately, the continent is the most vulnerable. And one of the contributing factors is its dependency on rain-fed agriculture, because the number of over 60 to 70% of rural communities depend on agriculture. And given their financial ability, they are not able to invest in irrigation and the like. So as a result, climate change becomes a serious crisis. Another important factor to consider is the urgency of climate crisis. Climate change is a global crisis, but it should be treated as an urgent issue. And Africa's vulnerability is amplified given its inability and its low adaptive capacity, but also its low capacity to be able to take other, precautionary measures like your insurance, especially at the lower communities. Another important thing is to align policy with the global development agenda. Some countries had ratified their NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, which means that there are some resources that governments have committed to address that, but it's important to be able to say, how do you consider that while considering the local needs of the societies, so that it's not just a matter of meeting requirements of submitting the NDCs like the African development says, but also to be able to address the local communities, to the needs of the local communities and take them into consideration. Another important consideration is also the international commitment and collaborations. A number of African countries, all of them are signatories to the international development agendas, your Paris agreements, your sustainable development goals. And in fact, the latest reports, both from the UN and some of the reports from the CADAP 2022 has shown that a number of African countries are not likely on track to achieve the SDGs. And of course, that is obvious, especially with the impacts of trying to recover from COVID-19 and now the current crisis that arise from the climate. So what are some of the practical ways or pathways to strengthen agricultural productivity amid the climate shocks that are eroding livelihoods? One important thing is the climate resilient farming practices. And as I indicated earlier, technology adoption, including seed varieties and including ways of weathering the storm, especially for the livestock farmers in some of the regions. Improving water management practices. When it comes to the little rain we get, at least to ensure that the rainwater harvesting is one of the technology that is adopted. And where irrigation system, maybe governments for them to come in and be able to subsidize small-scale farmers where possible. Another pathway is access to climate information. It is very important and crucial that small-scale farmers access information on time, timely and accurately, so that they can respond. And this is what where research and development can come in, because research needs to inform not only the policies like what was alluded earlier, but also the communities. Because when we talk to some of these communities, agricultural insurance is a foreign concept, but it is something that could help them to be able to mitigate the risk against drought. The other one is access to finance and markets. I mean, to what extent do these small-scale farmers have access to finance, whether it's microfinance, agricultural credit, or even just for them to be able to access markets? I mean, a typical example, when I was doing some research back in the days, we were talking to some, and again, always when it comes to climate change and some of these impacts, it always has a gender lens. I mean, when you talk to rural communities, you'll find women. So this woman did not have electricity at her farm, but she needed to charge a phone in order to sell her tomatoes. So she would be traveling to a nearby community to charge the phone so that she can call someone or find out whether she can bring the tomatoes. So you can see the cost of transaction involved, just because people don't have access to some of these resources that can help them. The other one is the policy and institutional frameworks. It is important to integrate development policies with the prioritizing climate resilience in agriculture, because and again, this is true. You'll find that a lot of African countries will have national policies, whether it's on water, whether it's on whatever. But when you go to the lowest level, those policies remain national. They don't really cascade and integrate the needs at the local level as such. And the last point I want to touch on is whether African governments are doing enough. And I think that question depends on a case-by-case or individual country specific. But in terms of what African countries have done, I think a number of them have ratified national climate strategies. So meaning that they have developed policies and strategies to address climate change amid the implementation. Because again, policy is always good when it's developed, but the challenge remains implementation. But again, the other thing with our work through the SDGs and with government, there is a need to realize that there's a trade-off between addressing poverty and food insecurity and environmental sustainability. A number of African countries are facing these challenges, especially poverty and inequality and food issues versus the environment. So when the resources which are limited, you'll find that they tend to skew more towards the immediate needs. And that is why research and development is important, to highlight the cost of not acting. Because if we keep on doing, like, for example, where we have a lot of coal abundance in South Africa, I mean, during load shedding in the winter now, probably the resort will be to burn more coal. But the cost of not acting is going to outweigh the cost of acting in the long term. And I think research and development should really help our governments to realize that. There is a need to allocate budgetary allocations to some of these priorities, and to include funding for research and development, extension services, and capacity building of the local communities. And I think one thing researchers overlook is that communities have already developed some skills. They have some knowledge that they are using, which is known as the knowledge base. So we need to take advantage of that and co-create when it comes to technologies that we are introducing to those communities, so that we work together with the communities and the NGOs that are prevailing in those. So in the end is to say that despite these efforts, challenges remain in ensuring adequate resource allocation for climate smart solutions. And some of those challenges include limited financial resources, competing priorities, and capacity constraints. And I think there also another thing to highlight is that there is a need also for the developing world to come to the party, especially to honor the commitments in the Paris agreements, and to just to see the agency that climate change is a global crisis. Even though Africa is not the largest emitter, we are all suffering, even though we carry the highest burden of climate change. So it's important for continuous monitoring and evaluation of resource allocation, and the effectiveness of implemented measures are essential to identify the gaps and opportunities for improvement. Maybe let me end there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think you're right. There will not be any net zero transitions without a synchronized, uniform access to green technology at a global level. I think it has to be made clear. It's also important to stress that Africa this time that is not going to compromise its development objective. And that's the point that Professor Krishna made earlier. It's a long-term goal, but Europeans have made this a short-term priority for all, and it's not going to work. But one important point, going back to the first part of this debate on debt, is also the issue of debt-climate trade-off. I think the issue that you raise in terms of adaptation and mitigation require financing, but countries are now torn between addressing those short-term climate needs and challenges and honoring external debt interest payment, which is a real issue, and also essentially telling us that there will not be any net zero transitions when we've not democratized access to financing. It's not normal that African countries are paying a very high premium when the US, Europeans are actually enjoying much lower cost of funds than the rest of the world. I think it's a very important point that we should also be mindful of. I would now like to turn to Dr. Paul Mpunga. And I think one of the key issues that has been very helpful on the African debate has been the potential of regional integrations in helping address some of these issues. And of course, they also come with their own challenges. How do we get 55 countries to speak with one voice on key issues affecting them? And how do we get them to do so when they tend to be confronted with asymmetric shocks? What is good for Nigeria may not be good for Tanzania or Kenya for that matter. But I think there are some hope in the debate in this front. So let me invite Dr. Punga to actually share his perspective on what he thinks should be done to actually capitalize on the AFCFTA and its potential for growth and transformation in the horizon. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair and distinguished panelists. I'm happy to be here to share with you some perspectives on what actually this pandemic, the COVID pandemic, has meant for Africa's integration, Africa's increased coordination through the regional economic communities and the Pan-African institutions. Just to begin with, Chair, I will make a few notes on the public debt that we have talked about. We've done a paper with colleagues on the role of institutions in addressing public debt, or if public debt actually is more beneficial when institutions are strong. And the evidence is clear. With strong institutions, especially on the area of voice and accountability, debt tends to be more productive for those countries compared to countries where institutions are weak. The role of voice and accountability is limited. You don't get the productive support of public debt. And it is therefore important to improve governance, improve accountability of public institutions if countries are going to benefit from public debt. And on the point of public debt and climate change issues, etc., I think it will be very important for Africa to demand for compensation for green growth initiatives, so that as we embark on growth trajectories, we embark on development, we can invest more in the renewable energies, renewable resources, but compensation is needed from those who will benefit from this investment. Thank you, Chair. I will now move to some of the highlights on the benefits of African countries from the regional economic communities and Pan-African institutions in responding to COVID, and then onwards to what can be done more to benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the continued support and the strengthening of regional economic communities. To begin with, Chair, the regional economic communities and Pan-African institutions did provide strong support to the continent through coordination, through financing, through technical support, analysis, etc. which actually underscored what the continent was going through, would have gone through under COVID. And this also brought to the fore big lessons that with concerted effort, a lot can be done. And because the regional economic communities, the Pan-African institutions responded very quickly and robustly, we were able actually to mitigate some of the critical impacts of the COVID on the continent. A good example, the African Union through the AU COVID-19 Response Fund, targeting about $647 million. The African Union was able to rally stakeholders, including the private sector, to pool resources for medical commodities, mitigate socioeconomic impacts and humanitarian support. The Africa CDC led technical expertise, statistics and knowledge sharing on COVID spread, resource mobilization, procurement, joint procurement of testing kits, joint procurement of vaccines, and this became very, very important for the African countries. The Africa Export-Import Bank, Afrexim, was able to put together about $8 billion in the Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility and the collaborative COVID-19 Pandemic Response Facility to support member countries, to support the business community in responding to the emergency. The African Development Bank was able to put together at least $10 billion in COVID Rapid Response Facility. It quickly issued a $3 billion COVID-19 social bond to raise funds to meet the challenges. The FDB provided $2 million in emergency funding to WHO Africa for a continental focused action, strengthening health systems, procuring essential equipment, and capacity building, and $13 million to Africa CDC to strengthen capacity, procure equipment, procure testing services, etc. And all the other regional economic communities, ESC, ECCA, the Economic Commission, Commission for Central African States, ECOWAS, COMESA, IGAD, SADC, did quick mobilization of resources, convening, communication, campaign, awareness campaigns, guidelines, standards, and engaging the international community on PPEs and vaccines, which were proved very critical for the continent. And what are some of the lessons emerging here is that the rapid response and goodwill, the impact analysis, the information sharing actually proved very critical. They supported the African member countries where in some cases capacities were missing. The initial acceptance of the fact that COVID was real was a challenge, but because we believe in our own regional economic communities, in the Pan-African institutions, it made the situation better than what would have happened. They supported the economic recovery and social safety nets, strengthening the health sector, and delivery of essential services. More could have been done in terms of a coordinated approach among the regional economic communities. Financial capacity, technical capacity needs strengthening going forward, and strategic industrial policies supporting capacities for developing strategic industrial capacities, coordinating strategic industrial capacities to be able to get Africa to produce critical pharmaceutical needs, testing kits, and to be able to respond in the event of any other crisis that could be of this nature, maybe coming from a different angle. And then prudent macroeconomic and socioeconomic policy management, coordinating and providing technical support to member countries will be very, very important. Now, looking specifically at the going forward, how do the regional economic communities, the Pan-African institutions support the continent to benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area? It will be very, very critical to look at the financing, technical capacity, knowledge generation, policy influence of national and regional efforts to strengthen enablers of growth. And this should include skills, research and development, infrastructure, quality infrastructure that helps to connect between countries and within countries. And the issue of governance comes out very, very strongly. In terms of quality education and skills, it is important that member countries, supported by the regional economic communities, supported by the Pan-African institutions, focus on quality early childhood education and the necessary transition from ECD to primary education to secondary education to tertiary and technical education, higher education overall, so that we develop skills that are going to support domestic and foreign investment, skills that are going to support entrepreneurship, skills that will help to support trade and promote growth on the continent. Research and development are very, very critical in research and development in the right areas. A key lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic is that Africa needs to strengthen its capabilities to produce basic equipment, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines. And without doing more on this, focusing on the right areas of research, it will be difficult to come through in another pandemic. Currently, Africa imports up to 70 to 80% of pharmaceutical requirements, and we need more capacity to produce critical items like testing kits, etc. And joint research at the regional and continental levels, spearheaded by REX, spearheaded by Pan-African institutions, will be very, very critical. Infrastructure, a very key area. Transport gaps, transport infrastructure gaps amount to about $100 billion per annum in Africa. We need to do more to meet these gaps, and the mobilization of resources by the Pan-African institutions, by the REX, it will be very, very critical. The requirements for clean energy investment amount to about $133 billion per annum. And again, we need to do more. We need to do more as a continent, supported by the REX and supported by the Pan-African institutions, on agro-industrial value chains to realize the potential of the continent in terms of agriculture. Governance and policy certainty. This is something that does not really need to be further underscored. The efficiency of public and development partner financing is very, very critical. Identifying innovative sources of financing, public-private partnerships, for example, will help to plug the financing requirements. Evidence shows that Africa's sovereign wealth funds and pension funds amount to about $2 trillion. What is needed to tap into these resources is mitigating risks, having the right legal framework, and expanding guarantees. And these are areas that Pan-African institutions, REX, can help to support member states to reach, to get the right policy framework. The AfTA itself, as a platform to improve trade, needs more effort. We need to get things moving, fast-tracking the rules of origin of certification, tariff concessions on intra-Africa trade, eliminating non-tariff barriers, the Pan-African payment system, they need to be put in place, and to enhance the trade facilitation. Here the role of the Afri-Exim Bank, the role of the African Development Bank, the Trade and Development Bank, the regional economic communities becomes very, very important. The other one is domestic and foreign investment, ensuring that we have a conducive environment, a conducive climate for private sector participation and competition, promoting skills to support foreign direct investment, to support domestic investment, looking at the micro, small, and medium scale enterprises as an engine of growth. requires active analysis and a policy framework. And these are areas that can be supported by the RECs for the continent to benefit.
If you can start rounding up, please.
Yeah, 1 minute, I will be done. Do we need to take another look at the African Union flagships? Maybe the question, the answer is yes. We have flagships like the integrated high-speed railway, but has not taken off. We need to maybe refocus on the cross-border highways, quality highways that connect countries, connect productive areas to markets. Regional power pools, transmission lines will be very, very critical in order for the continent to benefit from the transformative power of electricity. And then finally, Chair, is the common voice on key issues. Debt restructuring, we are talking about debt, and really it is one of the elephants in the room. Technology adaptation, climate change, sustainable development, and if we don't have a common voice, then it becomes challenging for us to negotiate with the other part of the world. Thank you very much, and happy to continue discussing.
Thank you very much for that important overview. I think you're right on the issue of technology, and specifically engineering and sciences. I think without that, there won't be any progress, whether in agriculture or the climate change or the manufacturing that we need to actually reduce that negative correlation between growth and the price cycle. So it is fundamental. I think another important point that we can learn from the pandemic, it's the pool procurement that we put together during the pandemic to enable African countries which could not access PPE individually to do so collectively at a more affordable price. I think the pool procurement used during the pandemic by Afreximbank to acquire vaccine and PPEs has now been expanded to include the grain after the Ukraine crisis. I think it's something that the region can actually begin to tap on in the AFCFTA era when the scales will justify such policies and move. Now, I think in the interest of time, I would now like to turn my attention to give the floor to Professor Gimpo. I think, and she received some help from Professor Krishnan in her opening remark when she looked at the extent to which really the geopolitics has actually shifted the aid allocations, the concessional financing. I think it's very important for you to actually spend some time on this important topic and look at really what Africa should be doing in that real geopolitics. I think when it comes to the bottom line, and European American always know what to do, and what should Africa do under that constraint? I think you have the floor, madam.
Okay, hi everyone.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, do you hear me? Is it
go
fine?
ahead, please. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you very much. I thank AERC for having this amazing session. I've been learning a lot. This is the first time I'm participating as a panelist. So it feels good that I'm the last so that I can build on whatever has been said already. To speak, if you want me to say a few words based on this over-reliance on aid, guided by what Professor Krishnan has been saying, very interesting ideas on these emerging lessons on over-reliance on aid. What we see is due to these multiple shocks, there are indeed other global priorities now for donor countries. So that we are dealing with economic downturns. We see the refugee crisis. We see the threats posed by terrorism, climate change, the need for new climate funding and environmental issues. And we are still trying to overcome the lasting effects of the pandemic. And we do see, unfortunately, a shift away from traditional aid recipients, and Africa is one of them. So Sweden, for example, has already announced its plan to divert aid from its aid budget to help refugees. Denmark is also scaling back development assistance programs in Burkina Faso by almost 50% to accelerate much needed assistance in Ukraine. We see the British government also cutting international aid to balance the budget. since the refugee costs are in terms of billions of dollars for 2022-2023. So the share of global aid from France and Germany going to African countries has also fallen significantly. And unfortunately, this involves humanitarian funding, diverting humanitarian funding to shore up assistance to Ukraine. So these aid projects are being threatened for multiple reasons, and they're putting millions of lives at risk, unfortunately, pushing many communities towards starvation. Some of the emerging lessons for this part, focusing on this over-reliance on aid, I don't really know if they are emerging lessons or they are the fears, the justified fears that we had over the years on over-relying on foreign aid. I would say that the one lesson that we can clearly see today is that this reliance exposes African countries to the uncertainty and volatility of aid flows. So this means that whenever we see those changes in donor priorities, as we have seen in the past, we will see recipient countries struggling to budget, plan, and adjust effectively. So with less reliance, we can actually hope to have the inbuilt mechanisms within each African country that could allow us to mitigate the effects of all the shocks we've been talking about today. So we also know that reliance on foreign aid restricts the country's policy space, because some of this sometimes depending on, there's much heterogeneity across countries, as we know, but some forms of aid are attached with specific conditions. And then in times of shocks, we do see again this limited scope for effective policies to minimize collateral damage, because very often, unfortunately, it seems to be about collateral damage these days. I think that another important pathway is we take it a little bit for granted, and it seems so obvious, but it's important to reiterate this point that we should not underestimate the importance of always investing in building resilience proactively, to strengthen resilience to external shocks so that we enhance our ability to manage risk. We have strong, effective mitigation policies, and this would come with more investment in human capital. We know already the importance of investing in an educated and healthy young generation, young and healthy labor force that is more adaptable to change, that can face the shocks more effectively. And this will allow us, therefore, to somehow mitigate all the effects of all the volatility and uncertainty that comes with the changes in donor priorities. So in other words, this means that each African country should somehow take ownership of its own agenda, of its own development agenda. We talk about, of course, always promoting self-reliance, making sure that we foster domestic resource mobilization. Here, again, there is much variation, but we know that overall, there are many benefits to be derived from curtailing the illicit flows, more emphasis on good governance. Corruption remains a major problem. We need more effective and robust tax systems, enhance fiscal sustainability. We have been talking about regional synergies today. So to be able to tap these synergistic effects, I would also think about the South-South cooperation and harnessing remittances to achieve these common goals for our continent. I'm also thinking about other pathways, if I refer specifically to your question, Dr. Fofak. Of course, my colleague a few minutes ago also mentioned about the importance of improving the ease of doing business, of lowering trade barriers, of embracing cautiously, of course, international trade openness so that we can tap fully into the sources of growth and financing, regional integration with the harmonization of regulations, with the possibility of achieving more economies of scale, increased market access, and of course, improving infrastructure connectivity. And then, like I've said, we take the notion of resilience for granted. So as much as we take the notion of economic diversification a little bit for granted, but I would say that the shocks that we can see right now, the impacts that they are having and the cascading effects in multiple economies, It means that there is an urgent need to invest in other sectors that go beyond the traditional aid-dependent industries, okay, where we can see also, unfortunately, the self-interested elites. So that would help also to reduce the dependence and to cushion the shocks better. As for humanitarian help, we know, for example, that Somalia is currently facing a food shortage driven by the war. It is one of the most vulnerable countries right now, and the aid funding is less than half of last year's level. So I think here we need to make sure, first of all, that the humanitarian aid is being properly channeled, and that there is also investment in human capital so that we have a long-term vision of how to overcome extreme poverty in this case. So I would say overall, if I have to stop talking now, I would say that the major lesson is not to perpetuate this culture of dependency, to aim for inbuilt mechanisms so that, you know, we can grease the wheels of the economy even when donor countries change their priorities. We want to foster self-reliance at all costs and have those self-sustaining economies so that donor-driven aid would not determine the fate of African communities and any community for that matter in hard times anymore.
But thank you very much, Professor Gimpo. I think I was wondering, hearing the four of you, where will the silver lining come from in terms of a good message, a message of hope? And I think you actually alluded to one of message of hope, the remittances. I think remittances have become very effective as low procyclicality, low volatility, and increasing during the pandemic downturn. I think the World Bank now saying that they will increase by 4% in 2023. I think they have become very good as really current account stabilizer. It's a very important aspect. And as mentioned earlier, how do we make sure that we now use remittances to actually issue bonds, which will actually go toward investment in a global environment where really aid financing is no longer there? Another good one of remittances is that they're actually overtaken ODI by magnitude of 2 to 3. So they are very good if you're able to deploy them for not just for consumption smoothing, but also for essentially investment for development. I think these are very important suggestions made by each one of you. And I think the remittance is a very important angle. But another main message coming out of your reflections is that we have an issue in the short term, in the sense that it's very difficult to raise domestic revenue within the continent, which has been stuck at less than 20% of GDP. At the same time, the international community is shifting its priority toward Europe and Ukraine. And the key issue becomes first remittances, but also to make sure that the whole issue of illicit financial flows, where multinational companies are actually siphoning more than $50 billion every year, is something that requires that African leaders become more rigorous. And how does the IMF help on that important agenda has been my puzzle. I think let's leave on this puzzle, hopefully the IMF, which is so much concerned about the fiscal sustainability, will begin to look at the illicit financial flow out of the continent. I think we need the IMF to champion that if they remain serious on the issue of fiscal and debt sustainability. I think we've exceeded our time, and we have to thank the organizer for allowing us to do this. It was a vibrant exchange, very rich. And let me now pass the baton back to Theophile and his team. And thank you very much for your incisive and really, quite frankly, excellent contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hippolyte, thank you so much. And we are almost at the end of this plenary. Thank you for your masterfully moderating, this high panel session. I would like to thank all our panelists. Selma, Pramila, Amanda, and Paul, and for your contribution. You honor us with your presence, and especially with your quite innovative ideas. In the future, I think we should try to include and publish the ideas discussed during the panel in the journal. I mean, why not in Journal African Economies? Some journals do this. They publish, panel discussion. Maybe we'll think about it in the next future. So tomorrow we start the concurrent sessions, but before we announce this, we have the closing and the wrap-up, which will be done by Scholar, research manager at AERC. Hippolyte, thank you so much for joining us. Please stay till the end, till the wrap-up, okay? Thank you so much. Just 5 minutes, okay? We'll be done. Scholar, please.
Thank you very much, Theo. And, all protocol observed. On behalf of AERC, I would like to summarize that all the presentations today and the policy reflection deliberation truly reflect the current challenges we are facing in Africa. And what we have discussed today would give us a way forward to find solutions, and especially homegrown solution has been suggested here. The session has provided tangible insights on the way forward for harnessing opportunities for us to weather the multiple shocks. The policy panel has expanded, as you said, that the paper presentation were more debt-oriented, which is one of the most really emerging shocks. Currently, we are looking for a way to finance our economies, and debt is a very big threat. However, the policy panelists brought in a broader perspective on how the geopolitics and issues which are broader than debt can be addressed in this economy. AERC sincerely thanks the chairs of the sessions, panelists, the paper presenters, and the discussants here today for making this day very successful. Our gratitude also goes to network members, that is the resource persons, our researchers who have stayed with us throughout. Our attendance is still very good at the policy session, meaning that the session is very interesting. We thank you for your support, the AERC development partners, and the funders for this opportunity. Most of all, thank you for this insight. I know the debate is still going on as we find solutions for African economies. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. Tomorrow we are starting our 5 days concurrent sessions, 5 days concurrent sessions, which will have over 80 papers being presented in the course of the next 3 days, and over 104 researchers and 80 resource persons participating. I'd like to welcome everyone and even the panelists in some of our sessions. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.